Welcome to episode 11 of Talking Music. Today we have with us Walid Wolflust. He's a beast on vocals, ex-KAOTEON. He has also lent his voice to several projects. Funny enough, he's writing a novel now we're going to know more about. He's also working on some new stuff, a new project. He's going to tell us more about that too. And we're going to be talking more about Lebanon, about August 4th. Tomorrow is the date. And we'll leave that to the end of our conversation where we switch to Arabic and we talk, hopefully, in some interesting details in Arabic about Lebanon and about tomorrow. Welcome, Walid.
Rami, thank you so fucking much, man. It's an honor to be here.
Glad to have you. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Having my liter of Arak with me, so I'm pretty good.
Just a liter. I just had a much smaller portion here, but I'm tagging along. You're ready for this long conversation?
Fucking ready. More than ready. And the date today, 3rd of August, gives it a whole other dimension for all of us.
I agree. We're gonna dive into that subject too. It's anyway been part of your lyrics at many stages. The dire nature of humans. Let's start, as we always start, going back in history where you got into what you do today. Before we talk about creating music, let's talk about absorbing, learning about it, getting to know the music. When did you start listening to rock and metal?
So I had a very weird progression to jump into rock and metal music. I used to be, still am, a helpless romantic. So one of my hobbies while studying, because I didn't like study, I still don't like studying. I fucking hate it. But one of my hobbies while doing anything was listening to French songs and Engelbert and all of the fucking beautiful lovey-dovey songs out there. And we had a radio station back in Tyre, in Sur, where I grew up and spent a big part of my life. And it was called Ghost FM. And they had, I think, a daily at 6 p.m. or something, you know, when bachelors would be driving around in the car and listening to their romantic love songs. They had a daily show where they played all of those French songs and similar genres. Until one day, suddenly out of nowhere, a Scorpions song kicks in.
Which one?
With that typical, I don't remember. This is,
Yeah.
I think I was 6 or 7 years old.
That would be
I'm born
92,
in 83, if you want to do the math.
93. Okay.
Yeah. No, not 93. So, a bit earlier. So anyway, that Scorpions solo just fucking hit me like a fucking hurricane. And I couldn't help it. Something about that solo that just resonated with me, and I just needed more and more. So I made it into a religious pursuit, and probably the only religious pursuit I find pleasure in is music.
Yeah.
So I had to tune in every single day to try to get more of that guitar sound.
I see.
Until one day, something slightly darker was played, and it was a Metallica song. I had no fucking idea. I just knew this is heavier, so it must be Metallica, because that's the only name we kind of knew. So I, like a fucking child, I was a child, and my daily allowance was close to, I think, 500 Lebanese liras back then.
Yeah. That's one Manouchi and a top juice in the pyramid.
Best case scenario, yeah. Marush Zatar only back then, yeah.
Yeah.
So I collected all the money that I have saved, which was probably 3,000 Lebanese liras, and I marched down to this radio station, Ghost Radio, Ghost FM. And I said, "Hi, you played a Metallica song yesterday. Can I have it as a copy on a tape?" They said, "Okay, well, which one?" I don't know. How does it sound like? I don't know. Can you tell us something more? I'm like, do you have any Metallica? Can I get something by Metallica? Then they kind of scanned me up, toes to head, thinking, should we give heavy metal to this child? Send him home with a tape. So they kind of started asking me, like, what do you know about Ghost FM? And I a very dear friend of mine who was a schoolmate, Piero Ghanimi, his brother used to DJ there. So I said, well, a friend of mine is a DJ here. His last name is Ghanimi, so he sent me here. So can I get a copy? I kind of basically just fooled my way into this. So I got a Metallica tape, and I think it was a collection of different songs, but the latest album of Metallica that could have been released back then was the Black Album. And I just ran. I've never been a fan of sports, but I found the passion to run back home as fast as I can. Put that tape in secret, of course, because I thought the powers that be, which back then were my parents, could sense that I'm listening to Metallica and I'm engaged in some evil activity. So I put the tape there and I just toned down the volume for as low as I can and started listening to, what has become one of the most important parts of my life.
So the stigma of metal was there quite early, right? So if the parents knew you're listening to metal, oh, that's already a dangerous thing in 93, 94.
Oh, man. And we had that pursuit of Wurud wa Furud, Guns N' Roses. I had a newspaper cutout, which I glued to my wall, my bedroom wall, as an act of defiance.
Was it written in Arabic, as you mentioned? Like it was a poster with
Wurud wa Furud,
the Arabic.
Wurud wa Furud, Metallica wal Nirvana.
Okay.
So these were the most evil things in the world back then. In Lebanon, we can ignore all the other invasions, but Wurud wa Furud was far more dangerous. And that hit me, but I needed more, and I didn't know where to go. So my only source remained Ghost FM. And I kept tuning in to try to get more and more and more. But they never played anything heavier than Metallica, and I think they couldn't even probably legally play something heavier than Metallica. And they would, if they played something by Metallica, it's probably Unforgiven or Nothing Else Matters.
The softer ones, right? More or less.
Of course.
They would already be also worried to get in trouble if they play heavier. They're ruining the youth, right? They're infecting the minds of the youth.
Of course.
So you had Metallica to listen to again and again, but when did you transition to heavier?
I remembered.
5-6 years of Metallica non-stop.
Something like this, actually. In middle of Sur, like I knew no one else. And that was also a very big part of my life. And it's, I think, why I'm so attached to everyone who's into alternative lifestyle. But we get to that at a later point.
So the metal scene in Sur was Walid. That was the metal scene in Sur.
That was it.
And you were on stage and then watching yourself sing on stage. That was the event you were making, or how did it go?
No. So from Metallica and one album of Metallica, I started trying to talk to people and to see who else likes Metallica. And it's weird, but when you're connected to something, you kind of find the clues. So I used to see a lot of, the Metallica logo, the M's. I found a lot of stars that were made into the M's, and I figured someone here is into Metallica, and they're trying to spray that shit around, and they're attracting the youth. So I tried to figure out who they are. So I started talking to friends and asking people around, and then they pointed out that the cassette rental shop that is under my building, the owner is heavily into Metallica. So I walked down there, and then I basically said, "Hi, can you give me something by Metallica?" Again, I got scanned, and he said, "No, go back to your parents." Like, but I listened to Metallica. He's like, "Name a song," but I couldn't because I had a cassette with nothing written on it. So I couldn't say anything much about what I like. And I kept doing this for fucking ever. I think I did this for 2 years in a row. Every weekend, I would go there. I want something by Metallica, and he would give me an excuse. He would often say in Arabic, "Dahir," which I think also took me a year to understand that it means somebody borrowed it. Dahir means like went
not
out.
Available at the moment.
Like, or is he giving me a clue? Should I leave now? I don't get it.
I see.
So later on, I understood that he needed to warm up also a bit and realize that he's not going to get in trouble. And then I got Metallica, and I got 3 tapes that he copied for me, and those were the live shit.
That's even more exciting, live stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got a teenager who's by now is probably 9 years old, and he
Not
got
a teenager yet, even.
child,
Yeah.
9 years old.
Yeah.
And he's got 3 tapes of live shit by Metallica, which is one of the fucking most beautiful, amazing live shows, the heaviest shit out there. So I
Nice.
plugged that in. Of course, my mother is screaming from the kitchen, all sorts of God forbid shit.
So you played it on speakers. You didn't have like headphones to listen in secret.
No, I played it. They were VHS tapes, so the video tapes.
Ah, TV stuff. Okay.
TV stuff. So I put it in the TV station, and she would often monitor if I'm shaking my head too much, because then I'm drawn into it. I've made a pact with the devil if I shook my head too much.
You need an exorcism at the end of the day if that happens. Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Actually, with my current back pain, I wouldn't mind an exorcism, but that's a different point. So that persisted for a while, and I only had access to Metallica, and I had no one to talk to. And if I tried to ask the VHS guy, he just didn't want to have a conversation anymore. I gave you your tapes, fuck off. Now just come back for your usual ninja stuff, nothing else, which was I was only into ninja or VHS or Metallica tapes.
Yeah.
Kind of still am. And then I think I found another tape guy, we called him at discotheque, that was a bit more modern, and I had more stuff, and his name was Goldie, because he used to put beer on his hair and sit under the sun until it gets blonde.
Yeah.
Fisherman town technique for the ultimate pursuit of woman in summer. So I went there and I said, do you have something similar to Metallica? And then I got a Manowar tape.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a holy fuck, what the fuck is this shit? Like, Manowar was a whole next level. I still love Manowar quite a lot. JP is going to be making a lot of jokes right now from Chimera. I don't care, man. I love Manowar. I'm proud of it. And that was it, basically. I think someone gave me at a point a Nirvana cassette, but when you're already into Manowar and Metallica, Nirvana feels a bit like a downgrade.
Yeah.
I do love Nirvana, but it's not the same. I wanted something heavier. A friend of mine from school, he used to be really into all sorts of rap music, and it was his birthday, so I went to another discotheque that specialized in rap music. He used to sell a lot to the United Nations guys, so he brought also a lot of Western, a bigger Western
there was
collection.
that connection, like a foreigner source for foreigner music. I see.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I said I would like something rap related. He said, well, what kind of rap? I said, I hate it all. I literally said that, because that's what you're supposed to say as a metal ninja warrior at the age of 10. I hate everything that's not metal.
A lot of metalheads still do it, you know?
Well, I used to be guilty of it till my early, I think, or mid-20s, worst case. But yeah, he said, I don't know what kind of, do you want something a bit more like with a zest, a bit with a punch? I said, yeah, he likes his stuff quite alive. So then he played Cypress Hill to me, which I hate, because I thought, this is blasphemy. What the hell is this? You're doing things you're not supposed to do. So I got quite offended. And next to it, I saw something in the rap section that really got my attention. So I just picked up a tape. It had a very big grave and a lot of skulls falling into the grave and a couple of crosses on it.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what is this? He said, it's not rap. I said, can I hear it nonetheless? Put the tape in, and fucking War Ensemble comes on. I got introduced to Slayer. I said, I'll take that one. He said, it's not rap. I said, I don't like my friend that much anymore. Because that's what you do. You know, you could only afford one thing, of course. So I got a Slayer tape, and I ran faster than I did when I had a Metallica tape. I went home.
Nice. Yeah.
I put Slayer into the radio, and I was fucking fucked, man. You're 11, I don't know what, you got introduced to Slayer. It's a whole other thing. And I think from Slayer, I just knew that this is it. You know, this is it. This just got darker, and I need to pursue this, and it talks to me, and it connects with me. And I need more of this feeling. Around that time, I think I got introduced to the internet. I started using the internet at a very young age. I think maybe around 94, something like this. So, of course, I started Googling heavy metal. But I used to go to an internet cafe, so I didn't basically have the courage to leave any trace behind because there was still a lot of police shit. And if you're into metal music, you are basically, that's what they said. If you're into heavy metal, you are in alliance with Israel and against the country and against everything that Lebanon should stand for. And you should not be, therefore, into heavy metal because it all cascades.
So it's Western culture, and it's the culture of the imperialists and the...
No, not necessarily, because they still encouraged you to wear your Jordan Airs and to spend money on your Nikes and whatever American products you could, but just not into heavy metal. That's fucking terrible. Don't do it. That and those Chupa Chups stamps, you used to have those, the Chupa Chups stamps.
Yeah.
Those also could really get you to communicate with Israeli spies, and you're hooked. You just do one and you're hooked.
Okay. Yeah, those kind of stories.
Yeah. So with the internet, I think a couple of months later and pursuing it more, I got introduced to MIRC, the old chatting software. And then I started Googling, and then you could search for channels, and you can guess a channel name. You can do like, nostalgia, /join, or later on, that you can do /J space and a channel name. So you could start trying metal, heavy metal, Metallica, and shit
Whatever
like that.
you get,
and then suddenly, of course, whatever you could figure out at that age. And then suddenly you have an unlimited amount of people that you can talk to. I don't remember how. No, I think around that time, more people started listening to Nirvana in Sur and Tyre. So I had a window to convert them all into heavier shit, but I failed terribly at it. I still tried. They still thought Guns N' Roses is the darkest they could ever get. But I could have conversation with people, and through someone who said something to someone, who mentioned something in front of someone, I figured that there's a Lebanese metal scene, which I had no idea about, of course. And I joined that channel, and I couldn't believe there's other people who could possibly understand other shit that is happening in my life because of the Lebanese thing, who could share my love for metal music and tabbouleh at the same time.
That special mix. And the arak.
If you're gonna scream Slayer, you should have some Badunis in your teeth, I think. So I joined, and I had this drive that I need to know these people. I need to know who they are. What do they do? Do they all listen to similar shit? And I couldn't believe it. And I think I started getting to know people around. It's also the same way how I got to know Anthony and KAOTEON. And I started making connections because, hey, one day I'm going to go to Beirut. I'm going to do my studies there for university. So that was the best news I could ever receive. I will have a metal scene. I will have people that I can connect with, sit there and listen to music that we like, which I couldn't have until I was, I think, 17 or 18, around the time I finished my school and joined university. But then I started gathering people around me and people who listen to rock music and that kind of stuff. One of them started his own internet cafe. An internet cafe was the sexiest shit. You want to get rich? Start an internet cafe back in the mid to late 90s.
Strong business, I remember.
Yeah. And I was always a techie, and I got into the internet prior to most other people, at least in Sur. And I knew my way around computers at a very young age because I had my first computer, I think I was 7, and it was Microsoft DOS. So just basically a command prompt blinking at you, and you have to figure out what you're going to do with it. So I was the leading geek of the internet cafe, and I was the guy he would call to troubleshoot whenever anything goes down, or if he ever had a virus or something like that. He didn't know that most of the time I installed the virus because he would need my help. Because when he needs my help, I get to choose the music.
I see.
And I could subject other people to metal music, hoping to convert one of them. I still failed terribly.
So you felt you were still alone, and you wanted to to have kind of your own bunch around you, right? Like people would enjoy the same thing, right? So although you got to meet some people online, they were still geographically far, and you still wanted to have that small group in Sur where you are.
Yes.
And the only way was at least get them to listen to it.
Yes.
At least. Okay.
Yes. Yes. But then with the internet, I had more answers to questions. So I could ask people, where do you buy the heavier shit?
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother and my aunt used to live in Beirut, along with my nephew, with my cousin Farah, and I used to request that we go sleep over during the weekends as much as we can, so that I could try to meet with people in Beirut, because I thought in the capital there should be more people who are into this kind of music. So I wanted to meet more people who listen to this stuff. My cousin had an internet cafe next to her house, and I just wanted to talk to friends and ask around, where can I buy shit? We were still back in the floppy disk days back then. So I had a song, I think it was probably Slayer or something like that, on that floppy disk, and I took it with me, and I, of course, put it into the computer at the internet cafe, and I started listening to the songs with my headphones. And then there was another guy at the internet cafe, and he heard... I don't think it was Slayer. I think it was some kind of absolute horrible garbage, probably. Just something that sounded angry and extreme. And he asked me, what are you listening to? And I mentioned it with, a bit of flair and air. Like, this is what I'm listening to. I don't even remember.
Yeah.
No, it was, something, within the lines. And then he kind of looked at me and he said, well, do you think this is heavy? I said, I don't think it could ever get heavier than this shit.
I see where this is going.
And then the guy said, one day, listen to Morbid Angel and think of this. And I thought, it has angel in the name. What the fuck are you talking about? No fucking way. This has death and blood and shit and piss. It's heavier than yours.
Yeah.
But he was kind enough to tell me about a place called Pop World in Marlies that used to sell metal CDs. So on the way back to, and I had no idea where Marlies is or how to get there and how anything works. So on the way back to Sur from Beirut, my father was driving, I was sitting in the back seat, and we passed across Marlies, and I said, when we are in Marlies, let me know, because I wanted to keep my eyes open, and the moment I see it. Yeah. And then I see Marlies. I see Pop World. And I scream, and I've always been a loud screamer, and I scream, stop! And then my father thinks I'm dying or something, so he just pulls over, he stops, and I'm like, what's up? I'm like, give me money.
I need to buy something, quick.
I need to buy something. He's like, what the fuck? No, we're gonna go. No! I'm staying. And then I open the door and I run outside.
Okay.
And they're looking at me confused, like, what the fuck is happening? And I run into Pop World, and I just arrive there, and I look at him, and I was like, hi, do you have heavy metal music? He looks at me, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, can I buy some? Like, okay, but what do you want? Like, I don't know. What do you listen to? I said, well, I like Manowar, I like Metallica, and I really like Slayer. I don't like Nirvana that much. He's like, okay, there's a lot of different stuff here. Oh no, I skipped a very important part before Pop World. Before Pop World, and that was my introduction to also extreme metal vocals, still in Sur, still in Tyre. I was into Taekwondo. And in the gym, we had a guy who was one of those African Lebanese expats who spent most of his life in Africa. And he was reuniting with another African Lebanese expat who lived a lot in America. And they kind of knew that I like heavy metal music. So the guy who came from America had a lot of shit with him. And again, he knew there's someone here who listens to heavy metal music, so I'm going to go show off. So he drives next to our Taekwondo gym.
Okay.
And the moment I go out, he waves at his friend. So I go with his friend. I don't know who this guy is. I just go with my friend, the common friend, to say hi. I don't look at the guy, but I just look and I see that he's got really long fucking vampire-like fingernails painted black.
He plays acoustic or something?
No.
Or just the look? Just the look.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
just heavily into the CD that he just, knowing I'm there, inserted into his car and pressed play. That was Cradle of Filth, and I had no fucking idea, of course. But he was going through that whole vampire phase. And I kept bugging my friend, like, hey, I want more of whatever this guy was listening to. Yeah, okay, I'll talk to him. No, really, talk to him. I bugged him every single day. And then he said he doesn't want to give anything to anyone, but I know he has originals from America.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to risk them, so he's making a copy at Blondie, the guy who once at a point sold me Manowar.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I jog again, and I go to Blondie, and I'm like, hey, there's a guy from America. He probably has long fingernails, painted black. He's got a couple of CDs. He's making a copy here. Can I get one, please?
Mm-hmm.
Did he send you here? Yes.
You really wanted it, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
At any cost. So he said, well, listen, he got everything. He only has one CD left. I'm not sure if you will like it. He had more aggressive stuff. This one isn't really aggressive. I'm like, fuck. Can I hear it? He's like, sure. He puts it on, and that gives me the headphones. It starts with an acoustic part. And around 50 seconds later, distortion and growling go in. And that was Moonspell. It took me a couple of years to know which album it is. Wolfheart.
That's the best album. My favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's part of where Wolflust comes from.
I see.
So that was the first moment of growling in my life. Immediately after the growl entered, I took the headphones off, gave them back to him. I want it. He's like, okay, sure, $20.
Oof.
Yes.
Okay.
I ran back home. I'm like, make a copy. I'm coming back. I ran back home. I scream and shout and do everything within my capacity to get $20 from my parents. I get $20 on my parents. I ran back there. Did you make a copy? He's like, no. Is the CD still here? Yeah, the CD's still here. Here's $20. Give me the album, please.
Yeah.
So I sit there. I'm actually guarding the album. He makes a copy. I go home. This one I can't hear on speakers because I thought if there's anything going to connect me to Satan, it's going to be this album. I put the headphones on and I listened to the album. And I was fucked. Back to Beirut, driving by Pop World.
Yeah, we're stuck on a
there.
cliffhanger there. Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
continue the story. Yeah.
I mentioned the albums that I already know. And then he says, well, there is this. It's quite evil. And I shouldn't tell people that you got it through me. So if you want it, sure. But just make sure your parents are okay with that. And I look at an album and it has it was an EP actually. Also for $20. I had to run again to the car, beg my father for $20, go back, pay for
These
it.
things used to be expensive, like $20. Like,
Yeah. My Moonspell was $20 for a copy, man.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay, you run to the car. You needed $20 again from your dad.
I got an album. I couldn't read the logo. And it had a white witch with a circle and horns up. And you could see the whites of her eyes. If anyone recognizes Emperor by now, I love you. That was an Emperor demo, which I had to hide in my jeans because I didn't want my father to see the pentagrams and everything else there. And I think that was one of the most important parts of my life, making connection with Pop World. I took his number and I pretended that he's my friend because I knew no one else that could connect me. And I would call him regularly, like, hi, his name was Ali.
Yeah.
Ali, by the way, was given, I think, 4 years after this. He sold me most of my metal collection. He introduced me. He was the nicest guy because he would introduce me to different albums and he would take the time. I made it my pilgrimage to go to Pop World whenever I could from Sur on my little allowance. And the only way that was achievable is I had rollerblades. I was heavily into rollerblades, but no Def Leppard and no stripping phase back then. So I would save my allowance. I was given, I think back then I was given 1,000 Lebanese lira per day, which was enough for manouche jibne, cheese manouche, and bonjour, haram. I would save it. I would not eat. I would just sit there listening and reading lyrics, which I printed at the internet cafe. I save enough until I have $20 or a bit more. And then I would take a bus on my roller skates from Sur to Saida, then another bus from Saida to Beirut, to Kola. And then I would fucking roller skate for I don't know how long from Kola to get to Pop World.
Wow.
A fucking kid all alone, and my parents think I'm playing football. I don't know how they
in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood.
Yeah. They knew how much I hated football. I don't know how they believed it.
And you're about 60 kilometers away, right?
Yeah. No, 90, I think, from
90.
Sur to Beirut.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Even more. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would sit there, you know, on the ground with my roller skates on, with my shorts on for hours, just listening to different albums until I find the one worthy of $20. I would take it, roller skate again to Kola, take a bus, roller skate back home. It was a full day activity every single time. The happiest day I think I could ever imagine spending was going to Pop World. And from there, I started meeting more people on IRC, and my metal collection became bigger and bigger. And through Pop World, I could also buy Hard Rock Magazine, the French metal magazine, so I could read and know what's happening and check out interviews and get to know the people behind the music and figure out what's happening now in the metal
And
world.
how old were you at that moment? Like when you got more and more access, your own metal collection, this magazine, 14, 15, or not even yet?
So around the age of 15,
in
the internet cafe, I was actually sitting at home. It was summer. I was sitting at home, and then I got a call. An old friend called Salah, he used to run the internet cafe with his brother, Zuhair Halewi. They call me, and then they say, you have to come now. I'm like, why? The internet is not down, but you have to come now and bring the most evil shit you can imagine. Like, why? I'm very intrigued right now, but why? You never ask me. You usually tell me to keep this at home. I'm not allowed to bring them there anymore. What's happening? He's like, so through this Lebanese metal MIRC channel, we got to know people from Saida, and they claim to be evil Satanists. Asad, if you're tuning in, I love you, and this is totally about you. And same for Mahmoud. And we are going to have a Mexican standoff. We're going to show them who's got the most evil collection, Sur or Saida. So it was city against city. Again, back from the fucking days of Alexander the Great. It's again the same standoff, Sur against Saida.
With the metal collection.
And I took it very seriously because Sur was the longest standing city in front of Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
Fucking Saida realized that he's marching towards them. They closed down the city. They burned it. They burned themselves. They committed suicide. And from Saida, he could march to Beirut, to Sur. I still held grudge from back in the days of Alexander the Great, and I wanted to show them who's got the biggest metal collection. So I took Dark Funeral, I took Marduk, Nightwing, I took Cannibal Corpse, I took, I don't remember what else, but you can see where this is going. I took the most evil shit you could ever get access to, and I think I had Principle of Evil Made Flesh by Cradle of Filth, so I had the rawest, most evil shit I could get my hands on. I left my Moonspell at home. I love you, but it's not your day today.
It's light, too light, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I march there, and I sit there, you know, on my throne, waiting to have a metal war, basically. They show up, they got their
Yeah.
CDs,
Yeah.
they sit there. I'm sitting in the shadows. I'm not going to talk or intervene until they say something, and then I'll jump in and I'll just show them who knows what. And then they start talking about who knows more about metal and shit like that. And then I say, probably like this. You know what? Let's do it differently. Let's listen to one song or one album at a time from Sur and one album at a time from Saida. And they said, yes, let's do this. I'm like, yeah. But then they said, we only got one CD because it's more evil than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I'm thinking, I got fucked. If they have so much confidence, I'm fucked. They got one CD only. I got like 10 to prove my point. I'm fucked.
What was that CD?
Ozzy Osbourne. I was so fucking disappointed. I was so fucking upset.
Okay.
I refused to even play my music. I'm like, I don't know who Ozzy Osbourne is, but what the fuck is this? Look what I got. Unfolding my booklets left and right. That was fucking disappointing as hell.
But you won the battle. But it's kind of an interesting idea. I think this kind of game can still be played. Like you do like the out darken with albums. You can do this competition with progressive, out progress other albums, and you can do out pinkish, right? Butterflies and pinky stuff. So go the other way to the extreme.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I like this idea. Okay, I see. So you got into the metal. You were collecting, hoarding. You were 15 years old,
like hell.
And getting to know a lot of different people. But there were already some gigs, some events you could attend, right?
No, because I was a kid, and who's gonna take me to Beirut, and who's gonna bring me back? And I
when you
don't know
stayed
where
over,
this
like for the
was.
weekend or anything, that wasn't possible.
No, that wasn't possible at all. I think one of the earliest gigs I ever attended, and that felt to me like probably how whoever went to watch all of those festivals in Turkey and this bus, it probably felt the same, because at one point we befriended the Saida metal scene and we put our differences aside and we exchanged CDs, and I got to know a lot of amazing music through them.
Ozzy Osbourne first, yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne, I still don't like Ozzy, no. Anything else.
Okay.
But they all became really, really fucking good friends, and I would spend a lot of time with Mahmoud Bizri at his house, and he would come to my house, and then we heard about this festival happening in Kaslik. So we got a bus to take us from Sur to Saida, collect everyone, and then continue to Beirut. And we picked up a lot of people along the way, and they said it's a concert by 2 Lebanese bands. They probably mentioned the names, but
You don't remember?
No, of course I remember. That was a very fucking important concert in my life.
And?
But I didn't know back then who these bands are and what could be. And the only thing I remember is, this is where I fucking belong. I don't feel weird here, and this is very important because I felt weird my entire life until that moment. I'm not a weirdo. There's other people who share my interest, who look similar to me, who's trying to grow their hair, or what we called back then a popcorn head. So I had similar popcorn heads. Others are going through their vampire phases as well. So the first band that hit the stage had a vocalist who was literally howling into the microphone. Serge, if you're watching this, Serge Lutfi, this is your microphone. You gave it to me in 2014, 2012. I wanted to record something in Qatar, and you passed it down to me, and I could record the demo of Barren Lands for KAOTEON in Qatar using this. So I go there, and I remember watching a guy who was holding the microphone like this and literally howling into it. And that was the opening band. That was Weeping Willow. They didn't have the beast Gino back then on vocals. They had Ralph. Ralph is the brother of Joseph, Zuzu from Diadem and Weeping Willow. And he was a fucking great vocalists. Well, Zuzu and Ralph and Gino. When that finished, I could sense that something else is happening right now. Of course, death metal is beautiful and brutal, but at least for me, black metal is about a lot more. It just got darker.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that the electricity went off. No, shit got darker. There was a guitarist walks over to the stage and he had a cage on his head. The vocalist had chains to his arms, was topless, and I think he had piercings all over. He had a very fucking huge piercing in his bottom lip, and he had a bullet belt. I think also Ralph had a bullet belt on that band, on that night. And that was the Cimmerian Path. I was lucky enough to see the fucking Cimmerian Path play live.
Wow. Yeah.
Man, when they played Malignant Amour, everyone was fucking screaming the lyrics. And that feeling of unity, that feeling of tribe was really fucking important to me. That was something else. The show ended, and along with it fell my tears, because now I have to go back home to sitting in my room and listening to music alone. So we were getting into the bus, and then the parts of the Lebanese metal scene, which I love dearly, but the parts of the Lebanese metal scene I still hate till now, showed up. And that's, you are from here, you are from there, fuck you, fuck you. Suddenly our entire, well, no, but a big part of our bus gets into a fight with other people over shit I don't understand.
Just for being from different areas.
Yeah, you know, this is your religion. Or like, what the fuck are you talking about? I thought we all hate fucking religion. What the fuck are you doing? And I'm screaming at them from the window, like, what the fuck? Come back in, come back in. That sucked.
Yeah.
So the night ended terribly. And then the bus basically goes back to Saida and then Sur. And I really, really didn't like that part, and I didn't comprehend it. I didn't understand it. And I thought, for once, I can get away from politics and from sectarianism and from religion, only to realize that for a lot of people, it's not the case. To each their own. I don't understand it personally when people are still driven by sect or religion while they are into metal music, but that's my own idea.
Yeah, I think to touch a bit on that is, it's if some people would connect with the music but not with the theme, not with the whole concept of what metal is and supposed to be about. It's just they enjoy the music, but at the core they're still whatever, identify as a specific religion and with their own specific, you know, cultural habits.
Yes.
So they don't really detach from who they are to become more than that. They're still stuck in that.
And it gets weirder at times, especially when I hear people singing their sides, open the door, Jehovah, you whore, and then they only say, it's not my lyrics, he's singing them on the album, I'm only repeating the music he's saying, it's not on me. Sure. So that was when I realized that there is something in Beirut and I really need to move there. For once, I had interest in finishing my school just to get the fuck to Beirut as fast as I can.
Well, it's a motivation. Okay.
It's a motivation.
It worked?
Around that time, I started... I'm about to get into the meeting Anthony phase, so in case you have other questions before that, let me know.
Well, no, it's a connected question, because I want to know, you got into the music, you got really well into the music, as you just told me, and you got really motivated to expand on that and to challenge others on how metal you are and how metal Sur is, and you are I think the chief of Sur with the metal. But until now, you're still not trying to sing or to, you know, create your own thing, right? Until that moment.
Yes.
So when
I was trying to sing. No, for sure. I was trying to sing.
Mm-hmm.
I was still am to a certain extent. Without a microphone nearby, I'm too shy. microphone or alcohol. No, I'm too shy. And as a kid, I was terribly shy. I would sit in a corner and I wouldn't say a word until someone older talks to me and they ask me a question, and then I politely, answer to the point, and that's it.
Is that part of also feeling not belonging to the society around you, like always feeling out?
Yeah.
So what's the point of having a conversation and interacting with others, like, right?
That was a very big trauma for me since being a kid. I think around the age of 5, I already struggled in fitting in Sur.
So you can't blame the music. It's not the music that caused you not to fit
No.
in. It's the other way.
The music was the only thing that gave me a feeling of connecting with people and possibly a way out of insane fucking loneliness. That was metal music to me. It still is. So
Again, we were talking about in transitioning to creating your thing. You were shy. You didn't want to be heard. You didn't want to talk much. You only were answering questions if somebody asked you questions. And you only needed alcohol or a microphone to get more of that bravery.
That is at a later age, yeah. Around the age of 9, I didn't have access to both, luckily.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So I think, well, how it started is I tried to sing along in my head, trying to. That was the weirdest experiment ever, and I wasn't on drugs, I promise. And I didn't have the courage to do it out loud. I had zero self-confidence to even do it if I'm alone in the room. But I think at a point I developed the courage to try the weirdest method in the universe. I had 2 cassette players, and of course I had everything on cassette. So I would play whatever I'm interested in singing along to on one cassette player. I would record on the other cassette player, and my head hangs between the 2. So I could record my vocals over the song that I'm recording. And I did that for fucking centuries because that was the only thing I had. I didn't have a computer back then because the computer that I had, I sold to get an acoustic guitar in return.
Wow.
Which didn't last long, and I lost shortly after.
What happened? That's a side story. Let's get back to it. Okay.
Yeah. So I kept doing that, and then re-listening to whatever I recorded and try to learn from it and try to adapt and try not to completely lose my voice in 10 seconds for a couple of years, a decent amount of couple of years. And that was my only reference, basically. I would record something, even if I had something on CD, record it on, I would play it on I had one of those old boom boxes that had CD and cassette kind of a configuration. I still have it. So I would play that, and then on the other side, I would record on cassette and listen to what my vocals did in between, try to adapt and learn and do something different.
Did you judge yourself very harshly?
Yeah, I still do. It's one of the benefits of being artistic. Not much of a benefit. But I did quite a lot. But it's also pushed me into trying to do things differently. And along with actually MIRC and the Lebanese metal community, I had access to a broader metal community. So I started meeting people from outside of Lebanon and talking to them. And one of my absolute 2 favorite people that I met, actually 4, if I'm being honest, 4 people that I met over IRC are Nabil, from Morocco.
Mm-hmm.
Ismail from Egypt, from the band Crescent. Ra'fat Samawi, he doesn't, from Jordan. He doesn't listen to metal music, I think, at the moment anymore. And Samer al-Madhoun from Jordan as well. So I figured that there's more metal music across the Arabic world, which didn't occur to me for no reason. But I also didn't think there's any metal music outside of America, France, because of Hard Rock Magazine, and probably UK. And that's it. I thought this is where metal is.
Yeah.
And we started talking more and more. And Ismail was forming Crescent back then. So he shared with me one of his earliest demo, Edgar Allan Poe. And I was blown away. Like, fuck, people can do this. You know, like anyone with passion can start a metal band and can do this. You don't have to be born with out of a special golden egg or something.
Yeah.
Anyone can do this. So I wanted to do this for as long as I can fucking remember, to be in a band and to be a frontman specifically, more than anything else. And I would record these recordings and share them on the internet with Ismail, share them with Nabil, and they would give me their feedback. Nabil was in a lot of fucking kick-ass Moroccan death metal and grindcore bands back then, so he tolerated my black and doom metal hobbies. So that also pushed me forward, that I could now talk to other people and share this with and get their feedback. Around the same period, I got to... my nickname on IRC was Carpathia, taken from the Cradle of Filth song, third song on the Dusk and Her Embrace album. And I got to know other people like Nocturnal Pulse, Haysam, like Chaos God, Anthony Asakir, Anthony KAOTEON, and a lot other people. Zuzu, Joseph, we also became really good friends on the internet, on IRC. We talked a lot. And my connections kind of grew. And with and Anthony and I started talking a bit more about, well, he plays the guitar, which he mentioned later.
You got to know Anthony through online first?
IRC. Yes, through MIRC.
And you never met, so you're just chatting, talking about music, but
that's it.
You didn't
talking
meet
about
till
music
later.
For hours.
Yeah,
because I also couldn't. I was still in Sur. And that's basically what we did. We finished school and we talked about music.
Which year? Almost. Is that 97?
I think I met Anthony in 96 on IRC.
Okay.
Because Abducted by Hypocrisy was recently out. It's funny when you measure your lifetime.
Your time reference
albums.
is the album. Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, to be honest. So Anthony and I were talking about how fucking amazing that album is. And I think around that time, Anthony was also learning the guitar then. And around that time, he we said to each other, well, why don't we work on a band? I was working on a band also alongside, also covering Hypocrisy, which still is one of my absolute favorite bands and absolute biggest vocal influences. While talking to Anthony, I was also talking to another guy from IRC, an old friend called Tony Iscariot. And we wanted to make a Hypocrisy band together, but he wanted to be at a certain place with his guitar playing. So Anthony and I were talking, and then we said, well, why don't we try to cover Hypocrisy at a point? Let's make that a goal. So I started recording using, head split, my head between two fucking speakers, screaming there, trying to see what I can do. And I could only do that when my parents would leave the house, because I don't want them to realize that I've taken...
that it's too late.
Yeah. I'm already in midstream taking a naked skinny dipping with the devil.
Yeah, it's too late, as I
So
said. Yeah.
yeah. So we started talking about that, and then we started working on a funny repertoire. So we shared, we still do share a lot of passion for quite a lot of bands. So some of the first bands that we wanted to cover were Hypocrisy, Mayhem, and we talked about Freezing Moon early on. We talked about Dimo Borgir, Morning Palace, and we talked about Moonspell. But I think Moonspell wasn't as big of a fan as I am. Anthony wasn't as big of a fan of Moonspell as I am. Just saw a message from Bassam Daibis in the chat about Carpathian Agony, so my distraction was lost for a second. Carpathian Agony was my first email, and it was the agony of wanting to go to the Carpathian forest, where the name Carpathia in the song comes from, but I couldn't afford it because you can't travel as a teenager anywhere except to your bedroom to do your homework.
Or on the skateboard. You can try to do it on the skateboard.
Yeah, rollerblading all the way to Romania. Yeah.
There's an interesting comment while we're pausing on comments. There's an interesting comment from Ziad Bardawil. He said that you are such an eloquent and charismatic speaker with a soothing voice for a beast growler, and you should narrate bedtime stories.
Hello, Ziad. You and Zix are so fucking hot, man.
But I guess you'll make an audiobook, right? Probably, of the novel we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
that
if possible, work. I would more than love to. Yeah.
Okay.
Until then, I'm only doing erotic streams on OnlyFans.
Okay, so you're getting some new audience today. They'll transition. Later, put it in the link, in the comments.
Excellent. So,
okay.
Then I got introduced to Peak Hall. I was still living in Sur. And we arranged another trip to go to Peak Hall. Osama Abu Jawdi, who was a very fucking important man. I know a lot of people don't agree with him. He has his approach, but he was a very fucking important man to the Lebanese metal scene because he gave us a place. As musicians, you could rehearse there. That wasn't applicable to me yet. As fans, you have a place to go. You can just hang out. You can sit, literally. It was an old school that he turned into rehearsal space / performing stage.
Yeah.
We could just hang out in the parking lot and just have a beer and talk.
I think Lies and Jam, in the previous episode, Lies and Jam also mentioned great opportunity and that gathering point. And he helped the bands move forward, right? And evolve and the scene stay alive and grow. I see Eli Hello now in the chat also, and I have to mention this. I really enjoyed Lebanese metal bands. I didn't have any recordings back then. I don't think I had any recordings of Blackium back then. I'm not sure if it was circulating on MIRC, but I think you needed to know someone who knew someone, or just people didn't share it with me. But around that time, we also had on MTV, the radio station. I don't remember if it was called MTV back then or something else. But anyway, Jihad al-Mur used to have on the station 2 rock and metal shows. One of them was by a lady called something Kitty. I don't remember what. And the other one was by Jihad. And Jihad was the Dark Wave Top 10. So Jihad would play RML, and then later on, whatever they call it. So Dark Wave Top 10 started playing. It gave me access while in Sur. I remember that very fucking much. While in Sur, I could sit in my bedroom and I could connect to the Lebanese metal scene, which now people like you are also doing, which now people like Adnan and Unmuted are also doing. They're giving us a chance to connect while we're stuck at home. And I'm very grateful for you guys for doing that. Jihad gave me the same opportunity. I could be sitting at home pretending to be doing my homework, listening to music at the same time, because I somehow sold
I had a very early career in sales, clearly. I sold the idea to my parents that listening to music helps me focus
On your studies.
on what I'm studying, but in reality, it's the only thing that I cared about. So Jihad al-Mur started playing different songs. Most of them were kind of gothic metal, gothic rock, a bit of different metal genres out there. And whenever there was a Lebanese concert happening, he would make a short bit to actually promote that. He promoted shit quite well, to be honest. He talked about, but he also did organize most of those shows himself out of his only love for metal music. So he got Dreadful Shadows to Lebanon, for example. I couldn't believe that, and I couldn't go there, and I was dying to go there, but I couldn't go there. And one of the bands that he played is a band, Ali, I'm still gonna fucking bug you till forever to send me the tracks again, because I don't have them at the moment. I probably have them on a floppy disk somewhere in Sur, but it's easier if you send them to me. He played a band called Rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know Rebellion, go fucking do your homework. Rebellion were one of the most fucking important doom metal bands in Lebanon. And like Anthony said in his prior interview, I think during the Unmuted interview, Lebanon was going through a doom metal phase. And Rebellion just hit fucking home. They had fucking beautiful music, and Ali had a fucking guttural voice. You could hear everything in his fucking vocals. He dominated that fucking microphone. He lashed it until the microphone screamed daddy, but he didn't fucking stop. He kept fucking lashing forever. And it bugs me that that guy doesn't do more metal music. It fucking bugs me. I wish he would go back to it one day. His riffs were fucking amazing. And I would love to have Rebellion tracks again. So I kind of decided this is the kind of vocals that I want to do, thanks to Ali, thanks to Rebellion. And I do remember very well, back then we had those old Nokia or Ericsson phones that gave you the option to record voice clips. So I had a car. We all called the car Blackie. It was a black car. And
Yeah.
like Haitham said earlier, that car was the transportation vehicle of most or half of the metal scene. At a point, literally, I would have around 12 people in my car, myself excluded. And we would go from one place to another. I would have people literally laying in the back seat of the car on top of each other to fit, with the legs out of the windows. So in that car, say at Cordoba, I would record on the phone, singing along, and then I would go home, export that audio track, send it to Anthony on MSN. It takes around 6 days to arrive. He gets it. Then we talk about what I could have done different or do something about it. And that was the only way I could practice. That was the only way I could rehearse. I couldn't really growl at home much because of my parents, and I felt very shy and I felt weird. So I had to do it at that point in the car until Haitham, who was a fantastic drummer. He played in a handful of Lebanese bands. He helped Ayat to record. I don't think they released what he recorded with them. But he was a fantastic drummer. He would lend me his rehearsal space in his house. And I would go there with my good old tape recorder, the same one. I would take it there. I would press play on a CD. He had a rehearsal space for a whole band. So I would have a microphone with speakers and I would scream along and I would just spend hours every fucking single day. I had that routine. I had a routine, I think, for 3 years where I would set 2 hours per day.
Yeah.
And that I do nothing else through that period. And Haitham really gave me that. And I'm forever grateful for him for giving me that option. Until his father, rest in peace, one day
Caught you
walked
singing.
in on me and just looked at me, and he looked at the room and there was no one else. And there's this guy, he's red. That's me, red as hell. I'm sweating like a maniac. and I'm still screaming, and I'm in my corner of my eye trying to stop, but my brain is not processing yet what's happening. Looking at him like, "Hi, Ammo. Kifak. I'm Haysam's
I
friend.
was just
He gave
summoning
me
some
the
demons."
key. Yeah, he gave me the key. He said I can actually be here, and I'm only singing." And he just closed the door and walked away, and I had to drown in an endless pit of shit and shame.
I can see.
So that's how I started learning basically how to do vocals.
Okay, so there's an evolution. There's an evolution, and you started gaining a bit more confidence into it, I guess. Like the more you did it, you're practicing. But did you try to find like what's the right way to do it, and how could I do it
Yes.
better? What kind of where did you try to find the answers for that? Like, how do I do it better?
My biggest fear was always to kind of, if I push myself too hard, to lose my voice completely. Because what the fuck is the science behind this? And what happens? You know, you're not only screaming, you're
You need
basically,
to control.
yes, but you're pushing your vocal cords through overdrive. And I was terrified. I thought, maybe if I do this enough, I'm just going to lose my voice completely. Maybe this is how 90-year-old smokers will sound like this most of the time. Maybe this is what happened to them. And you know the whole thing we had as children, if you roll your eyes backwards and somebody slaps you on the face. Yeah. Maybe my vocal cords get stuck like that. So my father is a doctor, and I indirectly ask him, like, so if you're angry enough and you scream for a very long time, my dog, I think, is guarding my back. So if you scream long enough, could you like cut your vocal cords and lose your voice forever? And then he said, well, no, that's quite a stupid question, because you literally need to hold the vocal cords like this and cut them by a knife. Now I know where a lot of parts of my head come from, actually. So you had to cut them by a knife, and that's how you could cut the vocal cords, because they're really thick, strong muscles. I was like, thanks, be right back.
That's all you need to know. Now it's safe to scream, huh?
Yes. Now I know I'm not going to cut my vocal cords. So that was a very important moment, actually, also in my life. Yeah.
So you started recording some stuff, sending them to Anthony. You wanted to cover different bands. You mentioned Hypocrisy, you mentioned Mayhem, you mentioned others. And you were recording just like this. You were already making your own thing by recording your voice. Did you have like some lyrics you were singing, or you just recording what you're covering? That's it, right?
I was recording what I'm covering.
That's it. And when did it, did you go live? Did you go on stage and, practice enough to be on stage and cover those bands? Or that never happened?
I moved to Beirut, I think, in 99 or 2000, around the time I finished my back two. And through IRC, I met a guy called Muhammad Shaban. Mo in flames to the old ones in the chat right now. And he said that he has a kind of a gothic doom band, and they just lost their vocalist and they need a vocalist. And he asked me if I'm interested to audition.
So have he heard you sing before, or he just knew that you sing?
Nobody did. At the moment when Mo asked me to audition, nobody but myself.
Yeah.
And probably Nabil and Ismail through MIRC MP3 files had heard me sing, but no one in public had seen me open my mouth for more than 5 seconds at that moment. So I said yes. He lived in Mazra. I lived in Shabak. And I went there, but they didn't have any originals. So they said, just bring whatever you want. I said, well, how can I do it? Am I just going to stand there and sing along to something?
Yeah.
He said, well, just come along and whatever makes you comfortable. I said what makes me most comfortable is I'll get a CD with me and I'll play the CD and I'll sing along and you can hear me sing. He said, okay, come and I'll hear you sing. I did. I got Hypocrisy, the Fourth Dimension album. Still, it was one of my favorite albums back at the time.
Yeah.
Quite doomish. So I took that CD with me and I went there, and he was in a gothic doom metal band heavily influenced by Haggard. So he had an army at the house of around 10 people.
Yeah, because when you say Haggard, like 23 people or 24. So
yeah,
they had like the violins and cellos and all of that?
Everything there is. Everyone was standing there waiting for me to sing in front of someone for the first time ever.
Okay.
I couldn't escape.
Yeah.
So I put the album and I sang the Fourth Dimension. That's the first song I ever sang in front of anyone. And the song finished and they said, okay, you're in. I'm like, what,
One
really?
song was enough.
Yeah. They said, you're in. Like, okay, now what? They said, well, now the next step is we give you a couple of songs that we're working on.
Yeah.
You prepare them, covers mainly. We prepare them and we rehearse at Peak Hall. Do you know it? Yeah, sure. I've been there. I've seen a couple of shows there.
Okay.
I think I was in Beirut for a couple of weeks only. So it felt fucking fantastic to be a part of a band already at such a short time.
Yeah.
So they gave me Theater of Tragedy, I think 2 songs from the Velvet Darkness They Seek album.
Mm-hmm.
I think I butchered the album name.
They were a big thing at the time, right? All the doom bands, sympho doom bands. It was trendy, 2000, 2003. There was Nightwish.
Absolutely.
There was some other, very much trendy bands, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So I had to prepare Theater of Tragedy, and the lyricist is quite the fluent guy. He's not the usual, Tom Araya is a fantastic frontman, but his lyrics are very simple and you kind of can easily pick up. But when somebody is Shakespearean and you don't have any experience in that, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
So for some bizarre reason, my brain only picked up the female part of the song. I couldn't memorize the male part at all.
Okay.
I had the album as an original, so I took the booklet with me and I said, hey, sorry, I had to study. I couldn't prepare it on time. Can I take the booklet? They said, no problem. And I went there. And then they kicked me out because my voice was too weak. And that hurt me quite a lot. What do you mean my voice is too weak? Yeah, your voice is... I heard it, actually. I didn't need to ask a question. I heard it. You could barely hear it on the PA system. You had to crank the volume to the max to barely hear anything like this so I could understand. So I kind of said, yeah, okay, I understand. It's clear. I'm sorry I wasted your time. Thank you very much. And I'm just going to go home now and sleep forever.
Yeah.
So I went home and it became my... I decided that that's not okay. This is... I nearly had what I've dreamt of having forever.
It's
and
just
I
a
should
setback.
do something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I should do something about it. And I worked my ass off. That was around the time when I, went to Haysam's room. I screamed in the car for hours. I made a fucking regime. It's just the same as if you want to achieve anything else. You say, I'm not going to do anything else now except this for a couple of hours. And I made... It's funny because I also made some kind of a gym workout. I made... On a certain day, I would do death metal. On a certain day, I would do black metal. On a certain day, I would do freelance. So it's
like you're training different parts of the vocals and
yeah, because otherwise I would be too tired to do the same all over.
Okay.
So I trained my ass off, and a few months later, the previous female singer of Tragedies of Euphoria, who wanted I understand later that she wanted to have her boyfriend as a front singer. She broke up with him and she was ready to get other singers in. So the guy, Hamad in Flames, and we called him in Flames because he always wore this t-shirt
Flames.
that had fire on it. So we called him in Flames.
Okay.
And he kind of liked that t-shirt a bit too much. So he said, well, we need a vocalist again. So you're welcome to come by.
Now your voice is loud enough?
My voice was loud enough that they could barely hear any of the other instrument. They had to put me on 1 out of 10.
I see. Okay.
And then I joined Tragedies of Euphoria.
As a cover band.
As a cover band.
Mm-hmm.
We were working on an original, but
never saw the light of day.
Never.
And that's 2000, 2001, right?
2000, 2001. 2000, I think officially I joined, and then we started working on covers through IRC. A previous, the bassist of Diadem, the band of Zuzu, mentioned to me that his girlfriend at a time needed a band, and she's a very talented singer. She's doing now mostly Cranberries, but she's quite a big. She's got a really good voice, and she wants to try to do something else, to join a band. So I said, sure, let's get to meet her. And I think I started talking to her on IRC. Sadly, I don't remember what her nickname was back then. We agreed that we're going to meet, and she's going to come to the rehearsal space. And we asked her if she could sing Theater of Tragedy, Tristania, a couple of other ridiculously demanding stuff. And she goes, okay, see you in a week. Are you sure? Yeah, see you in 1 week. Okay.
You got the character, okay.
Yeah. We all get on the stage and we're talking, and everybody's like, are you sure she's going to do it? Are you sure? Like, she had 1 week to prepare and she only sang Cranberry in the past, blah, 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 no, whatever. Do you think she can do this? I don't know. So she shows up. She goes on the stage and she starts singing, and we all ate shit. Nobody could complain. Nobody could say anything. I think seconds after, everybody just stopped and they wanted to give her a hug.
Okay, wow.
And that was Sabine Abu Hamad, who is more known for the amazing stuff she did for Chimera and later for her own bands in Australia. Sabine kicked fucking ass. I don't care what anybody else think. I think she, in the Doom style, is a fucking goddess. She later moved on to be the front woman of, I think it's called Under the Oath, her own Australian classical heavy metal band, and her voice is always shining. Sabine joined for a while.
Would be interesting to talk to her in one of the episodes, then talk about her part of the story and how's it going now in Australia.
Please do. Sabine, I'm so pissed that Sabine is not a full-time musician, because she's also a really good keys player. She's a beyond phenomenal singer. And I think she also did a couple of songs, or at least a song, on the latest Chimera album. And when I heard that news, I was ridiculously happy, because Sabine belongs in music. She's an angel. The band went through a lot of difficulties, but before that, we performed at, I think, Rock the Nation in 2001, like Junior said. And that was a competition. There was a main stage band on which were the really well-established bands, and then a secondary band, the new coming bands, were basically competing for the competition. That night is when someone from the crowd threw a stone and hit Gino on the head, and the fucker was bleeding while singing. He had the Red Cross patch him over. He didn't stop singing for a second.
Yeah.
They had to beg him probably to stop headbanging.
Gara told us they're part of the story from his side also. That's
That
like,
story, man.
yeah,
If you're there and you see this, this hits you. You realize this is how it should be fucking, this is metal. This is how it should be every single time. I really took that with me. And I think also the first Sumerian Path concert, I took it with me. And at a point later on during a KAOTEON show, I carried a 28 kilo metal chain around my shoulders. I tore a part of my shoulder muscle during that performance because I had to keep my hands high in the air for an hour. But I think from that Sumerian Path concert and from that Weeping Willow concert, it was clear, this is it. This is fucking metal. This is how you fucking do it. There's no other option.
you committed to that part, to the...
Yeah. So, Tragedies of Euphoria performed that concert. Yeah.
That's the chain, huh?
Yeah, that's a chain. It fucked me up, man. It fucked me up. But I just thought there's no other option. I have to finish the show. I put it on. There's no other option. I have to finish the show, basically. And those motherfuckers you see there in that photo, I miss every single one of them, man. That energy, man. There's really nothing like it. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, these were really wild concerts.
Yeah.
So that was your experience with Tragedies of Euphoria, and it didn't last long. At some point, you had to leave the band for what specific reason?
No, the band basically split apart. The guitarist who was also trying to be the leader of the band, it didn't work. There were too many people dating within the band, and they split up at different parts. And along with it, people were lost. In 2001, I think, Anthony and I were already working on songs. There was a peak hole competition for anti-drugs song. And if you win, you get to record the song in a studio. So we thought it's a great opportunity for us to participate. So we started composing what later became known as Decrepitude, and the song back then was called A Trip on the Pale Horse.
Mm-hmm.
We had to basically change the song a bit to fit within the drug campaign, just to get an opportunity to record for free.
Okay. So I tried to make it a bit more friendly,
Yeah.
listener friendly, you'd say.
Yeah.
I see.
And my heart was always in black metal. Still
I
is.
see. Before we dive into KAOTEON, I think now we're ready to dive into the KAOTEON storyline. I'm gonna run a track from KAOTEON. I have here different ones, but I think I'll go for Non-Servian. We'll listen to that. It's kind of a break for me and you. I see that too.
Non-Serviam.
Okay, and then from there we'll dive into the storyline of KAOTEON. We're not gonna interrupt this. So KAOTEON from start to what we could consider the end for you in KAOTEON, and then we'll come back to something called ODUM. Okay.
Perfect.
So I'm gonna run the track now, Non-Servian, and we'll come back to KAOTEON after that.
Looking forward.
Oh, that was non-fucking Serviam.
Non-fucking Serviam, yes, sir.
KAOTEON produced, recorded a lot of many albums,
KAOTEON.
many tracks. But yeah, as mentioned in the chat already, the name didn't start as KAOTEON. It started as with the CH, Shaotion, closer to Shaitan, is it in Arabic? Or what's the story of the name?
KAOTEON, that's a very critical photo that you're showing right now. KAOTEON stands for chaotic aeon. An aeon is a long, unmeasured period of time. And to us, while brainstorming the name and discussing it with John Bacchus, Aneurysm, Gothmog, ODUM, KAOTEON was a preference because it reflected the situation of Lebanon and what we grew up with and what we knew as a norm, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
A very long, unmeasured period of nothing but chaos. So it was only natural that KAOTEON is written as chaos should be written, normally. Now, what you're displaying is what I designed in my bedroom back in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first KAOTEON concert. It was after I quit Treasuries of Euphoria because KAOTEON was already ongoing. We were already meeting. Anthony and I had a connection that was far more organic than any other band we could have been in. So I didn't care what's happening with Tragedies of Euphoria at that moment. It ended. Sure, I had KAOTEON already running. It was Anthony and I already.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to find musicians. One of the earliest drummers that we reached out to is a drummer from Saida. And we gave him Dimmu Borgir, Morning Palace as a song. And he literally wrote back to say on IRC, "Hey bro, I heard the song. I'm really scared. I can't be a part of the band."
It's too much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had to move on to other musicians. And then
I
we
see.
started asking around and talking to people and trying to get more people on board.
Mm-hmm.
But it's something that Anthony and I started talking about around 96. And to us, it was very dear. It was very important. And we believed, we still do, in what we do dearly.
So 96, and then until you, and then
96,
you had this,
97.
and then you had this drug fundraiser thing, right? Where you wanted, or a competition
I think
thing?
that was 2001, I think, somewhere, or 2000, 2001. Somewhere
Right
like
at
that,
the
and
end of
people...
Tragedies of Euphoria.
No, a bit before.
A bit before.
And it was just Anthony and I sitting in a jamming room. Mark Abu Tahir was a phenomenal singer. Back then, he was known as Mark from LebaneseBands.com. I think if I remember correctly, at a very brief period of time, he had a rehearsal space somewhere around Callis. And we went there with Anthony's guitars, and he had the basic riffs of Decrepitude. And that's when Decrepitude was fully written. And we started trying to fit vocals on that track. We thought the drums would come later. We can find anyone for drums, or we can program the drums on Fruity Loops or something like this, which was the only crack we had within reach. And we didn't participate. So the idea is it wasn't supposed to be an extreme metal competition because we knew we would not win.
Yeah.
But we just couldn't do it. We sat there trying to create what was later known as Decrepitude, and we tried to do it as acoustically as possible and as soft as possible. But both of us just went instantly more and more into, and I saw, ah! And I saw, ah! And I saw, ah!
It's back to your nature, right? To what you just had to do. Okay.
Yeah. So we just decided, you know what? Fuck it. This is a very good song. Let's do something else with it. Fuck all of that shit. We'll find a time where we can record. Let's do what we love. So we started reaching out to different guitarists and different drummers and different bass players. And through John Bajos, once again, we were introduced to Bernard and his brother, Roger.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Bernard played the guitar, and he had a phenomenal taste in black metal. Roger played the drums. But Roger was, I think, 14 or something. We were already
Quite young,
19, and someone is 14, you know. There's that much age difference.
Little
that
kid,
period
yeah.
yeah. So we went to the rehearsal space, which was the bedroom of Roger, and we were looking at this kid who was supposed to play something now, and then we asked him, like, what can you play? He said, Satyricon? Okay. And the guy just got out of bed, picked up the drumsticks, went blast full fucking style for, I think, half an hour. And we're just looking at this guy like, what the fuck is happening right now? So Roger and Bernard were instant, basically, members. We just realized immediately, okay, those guys have to be a part of the band, and we need basically, we need to have those guys in. We're still missing a bass player. So around that time, we asked those guys, like, hey, do you know a bass player? And they said, well, there's this neighbor. His name is Sami. He's a bit of a shy guy, but he plays the bass. Maybe he can try. So sure.
Aren't all bass players
Sami
a bit shy?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Drummers as well, usually. Both equally shy until you give them a bit of alcohol, and then it's anarchy. It's just anarchy instantly. Ziad would know very well.
Okay.
So we got to rehearse with the guys, and then we had some differences, but we rehearsed with them quite extensively. And then we had some differences. They just wanted a different approach. They wanted a different flavor of black metal. If you could go back to the flyer, they were actually the second band on the list.
Yeah, I'll switch back to that quick. Sepia Seraph.
Sepia Seraph, yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Seraphim is an angel of a kind.
Seraphim.
And sepia, is a color. So they moved on to form Sepia Seraph. And we got introduced to Riyad Hajjar, who was at that time the drummer of... who previously was the drummer of La Magra, which was the previous band of John Bajos, Unison, before he moved on to make ODUM in Gothmog. Riyad was a guy that had to play the drums at least 6 hours per day.
Okay.
He had a very weird thing. He lived in Babdet, and he used to drive down to Kallis because his passion was to run back to Babdet. Any normal human being, even a normal human being on LSD trying to run, would run from Kallis to Babdet as any human would do. Riyad would run backwards, upwards, to train his calves.
Yeah, I heard about that technique. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And he rehearsed so much every single day of his life that whenever we finished rehearsals, we would go to have dinner somewhere. I'm a massive eater. I'm such a big eater that probably I should have a name similar to the Transformer names. I would order 2 plates of 2 different things, and I would devour them in a second. Riyad would order 6. And he would eat them. And the lovely Chinese waiter would look at him. We used to go to this place in Ashrafieh called Dudu. He would look at him like, to go? No. To eat. For you? Yes, for me. For you, for me. And he would
Yeah.
finish them by the same time it would take me to finish 2 plates, which is 20
Damn.
minutes.
Okay.
So Riyadh was the drummer on that show, on that first KAOTEON show. That show started by Sepia Seraph, no, by Necroblast as the first opening band, which was the band of Daniel Karakash on drums, fucking phenomenal drummer as well. Hurts me so much that he stopped playing drums, but he's now doing insanely beautiful astral photography. He in the band also there was Rudy Kalustian on vocals, also a massive vocalist. Rafi on bass, and I think Alec Safarian on guitar. They were the opening band. Fucking beautiful kind of death metal, brutal death metal band. The second band was Sepia Seraph, and then KAOTEON got on stage. We were playing at Kalinka, that concert. The moment we go on stage, we had a repertoire that we rehearsed for a while, and we had Burzum, we had Mayhem, we had Slayer, probably 3 originals because the demo was already ready. The first EP, sorry, was ready, was composed. So we had quite a lot of people. We had a lot of songs prepared for this show, and we rehearsed our ass off for that show. We had on bass one of the fucking dearest people to me, Salam Kumaira. He joined in on bass. He's the guy that introduced me to my favorite song up till date, which is Epitaph by King Crimson. He introduced me to a shit ton of amazing music. He's the guy that he lives now in Canada. He lived back then in Tariq al-Jadidi, and he would carry the bass on his shoulder and walk back home. And people would stop him to ask him, "Shoo, barak tilab piano?" For some bizarre reason.
I see. Okay. Probably it's a bass with a very wide neck, as wide as the body. Okay, I see.
Yeah, something like that.
A 15-string bass guitar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was quite a phenomenal show. As Anthony said, we had, fucking hell yeah, we had Megiddo. Who the fuck else in 2002 would decide to cover Megiddo? Who are still till now not really known. We had Judas Priest, Painkiller also as a cover. We had a shit ton of fucking great lineup. So I think around 1 minute into the first KAOTEON song, the electricity in Kalinka pub in Hamra goes off completely. It's pitch black.
Yeah.
It's Lebanon.
Normal.
So it's quite
very normal. Very normal. Yeah.
It could be a million thing. It could be the whatever. It could be a million thing. Generally, in Kalinka, during a concert, Woody Naufal would be the sound guy. On that day, he had a day off, so he was there by spirit. And I think he only filled in for us to help us because he was a dear friend. He still is. So he stepped in to help us with the sound a little bit, but he wasn't the main sound guy. The main sound guy was a guy who wanted to get a 1 weekend traineeship so that he can apply for a job as a sound engineer in Television Al Manar. He had no idea what all of this means. He thought, of course, this is an alcoholic place, but I need to do my traineeship. I will do it. No one else is giving me a traineeship somewhere. He did it. All the usual staff of Kalinka were there, except the owner. The owner was a very beautiful-hearted, elderly gentleman who opened Kalinka and came back from France because he believed in Lebanon. And he opened Kalinka because he wanted to give a place for the youth to hang out and to listen to live music. And he didn't need it. He didn't need the financial dependency on a pub, which is horrible.
So it's
He
like
just
his
wanted to have
retirement
fun.
plan, right? Just relax.
It was just to have fun, to have a drink, to talk culture and discuss books. And he did that. He tried to bring that, infuse that into the spirit of Kalinka. So a minute into the KAOTEON set list, the lights go off, and then we kind of just hang out there. Like, any moment now, the electricity is going to come back. Okay. It took longer than a minute, which is
out of
usually the
diesel.
time you need.
The generator is out of diesel.
So we thought, yeah, the main electricity went off, which is daily thing in Lebanon. The diesel generator usually needs a minute to kick in. It's been longer than a minute.
Yeah.
So we go to the bar manager and we ask him like, hey, what's up? He says, yeah, I don't understand it because the rest of the street still has electricity. The building has electricity. It's just me, but
Just
I'm
the
checking
pub.
the fuses and everything looks okay.
Mm-hmm.
So then I think I screamed to the people, yeah, we're similar to what we had an hour ago. We need 5 minutes to figure out what's happening. We're going to come back. Stay here, please. Go outside, have a smoke. Let's just figure out what's happening with the electricity. We'll come back. Instantly then the electricity comes back. No, we go out, we go up for a couple of minutes. We go down because he says it's working now again. We go down. I stand behind the microphone. And whenever you hand me a microphone, my filters disappear. And of course, the first thing that I say is, yeah, this is not a child-friendly channel anyway. The first thing I say is, Zabur.
Yeah.
We're going to go back now, which means dick. We're going to go back now to our performance. But the thing is, when the electricity returned, we shortly realized that the amount of metalheads, the pub was packed. Everyone was there. Ziad from the chat was, no, sorry, Ziad was not there. Haitham was there, front row. Salam, of course, was on bass. He had his glasses down and he didn't wear lenses and he had around 12 degrees. So he had no idea what was happening and he had to rely on my voice to say if we can play again or not. Bassam from the fucking chat was there. Zak Ghalayini, my brother, was there as well. Elita Rabai was there. Everyone we loved remained. I think also Jean-Pierre Caimira was there, and most likely Bassem, because Bassem was almost at every gig at Kalinka. Almost everyone we loved remained, but all the other metalheads, which were over 100, were suddenly replaced by what was previously in the chat described as a handful of odd mustaches, with weird shirts, completely out of place, and staring down at us. The band realized at that moment that we're basically fucked. We realized the police are here, and it only means one thing.
Arrests.
And we just made a small circle, and we said to each other, hey, we're fucked. We had Joe Jambar also on guitars as a second guitarist, as a guest guitarist. So we said, guys, we're fucked. One of two choices. Stop now, go to jail. Fuck the shit up, go to jail. Fuck shit up. Okay. And we start playing. I think we played Decrepitude, most likely Decrepitude back then. We start playing. Everything is 100% power to the max. A minute later, the bar manager of Kalinka, not the owner, the bar manager comes over. He switches down the mixer.
Yeah.
And he said, guys, it's enough. We really have to stop now. We stop.
Wow.
We, everybody basically, we're trying basically our luck. So we say, okay, well, let's leave peacefully. So we try to walk out, and the police guys around that time had partially left so we could walk out of the pub. While walking outside, by the time I reached the stairs, two undercover guys lift me up, and I've never been an easy guy to lift up. They lift me up. My legs are in the air, and they say, Kifak, how are you? We just want to ask you a quick question. Do you mind? I'm like, okay, like as if I had any choice anyway. I'm like, okay.
Intimidation.
So, yeah. But it was very peaceful. Just staring you down. I stand outside of Kalinka, and they're standing next to me. I think 99% of the guys were still there. They were watching from 2 meters away. They're curious. They want to know what's happening right now. And a guy comes along and he says, do you know me? I said, no, sir, I don't know you. Who are you? He says, I'm curious if you know me because the moment I walked into Kalinka, you looked me in the eye and you said, Uzib.
Ah, damn it.
I said, to be honest, I had the lights from the stage shining in my face. I was only looking at the crowd. I couldn't see that far. It was not to you. He said, so you're saying it was not at me? It's just something that you said. I said, I assure you it's not at you. I'm a well-mannered guy, and it wasn't meant to you. I was just frustrated because we lost electricity and most of the crowd left, as you can tell. So that's the only reason I said what I said. He said, okay, I believe you. You can go now. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. I walk away as fast as I can walk. Probably I walked away similarly to what a headless chicken would look like at that moment, just tottering my way away, my way away from them. And then we meet up around 20 meters away by my car. It was also Anthony's birthday that night. So the closest of the bunch, we hang around. They all stuck by us at that moment, although it was clear that something is going to happen. I mean, even if they say nothing is going to happen, goodbye, something bizarre as fuck just happened. The closest of the bunch, who are still the closest of the bunch till today, hang around. Haysam, Zak, Zena. I think, yeah, Salam was definitely still there at that moment. Joe, I think, had already left. And from the band, only Anthony and I were there. We were also the only permanent members of the band at that point. And we start. Eli Tarabai, thank you, Haysam. I just saw this his comment. Eli Tarabai was there, yes. And we basically did the only thing that we wanted to do that night, which is to celebrate Anthony's birthday and to cut cake. So we get the cake out of, I don't remember who had the cake. They got it out of Kalinka. We get it. We put it on top of my car, Blackie, and we start cutting the cake and just to enjoy the last brief moments before we all have to disappear. While eating the cake, two random, oddly looking gentlemen show up again.
They're
and
watching.
They ask us, yeah. They said, they come over. We had also Ala Surgoth. If anyone can remember his name, Anthony is saying it was 2001, not 2002. I remember it as 2002 because we released the EP shortly after. We were arrested for a few days. We released the EP shortly after, and the EP was released in 2003. So this is why I think it's 2002. We had Ala Surgoth, Ala Habib, who also was in a band with Haytham and Adam and Salam. Gothic Alan, that was his name, or Sir Goth Alan. He was goth to the bones, to be honest. He introduced me to my dying bride, which I still love. So, and Allah always prided himself in the fact that he was the son of a very highly ranking priest in, I'm not sure what his sect is. I think, yeah, actually, he did mention it quite a lot because he was a short guy, but he tried to sell the idea that he had very broad shoulders like all Greek people do. He was Greek Orthodox. Always said
a
that.
strange way to remember. Okay.
Yeah. I remember that very well. Yeah, Greek Orthodox. So his
Okay.
father was a highly ranking priest in the Greek Orthodox sect in Lebanon. And he got him out of trouble at all times. So he had certain power, or so he thought, that came along with it.
Okay.
When these two guys came along, they said, hey guys, we're not sure if you guys are related to what was happening before, but we have a couple of questions to ask, and who can help us out here? They pointed at Anthony first. I jumped in. I said, I will go with you because I also can answer a lot of the questions. So I volunteered. Along with me came Haysam and Eli Tarabai. We were volunteers. Alain Sorgos wanted to defuse the situation, so he immediately said, my father is the high priest of the Greek Orthodox. He said, you come with us now. So he's the only guy who wasn't volunteered, but he had to be dragged there.
Okay. He got himself involved.
Yeah. We go into the manager's room, which was a little room where he did the accounting inside Kalinka. And they said, okay, guys, chill. We just want to ask you a couple of questions. We heard about a certain fight that occurred during the gig. And there's a guy who's trying to file a lawsuit against another guy. So we just want to understand what happened if anyone saw it. There were two guys who came from Syria to watch the show. Thank you for your support. And they got into a concert with Tex from Night Chains. They got into a fight with Tex from Night Chains and someone else over something, whatever it is.
Politics,
so we said
maybe.
This is. It was far more ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah, far more pathetic, to be honest. Very homophobic.
He probably stared at his girlfriend or something.
No, it was very homophobic thing that I fucking hate.
Okay.
The two Syrian guys were hugging each other when Manowar was playing, and someone made a comment that this is gay, and the Syrian guys basically got very offended, obviously.
Yeah.
Not because of the adjective gay, but because you are turning it into a negative situation in that moment. You're trying to make it into something negative. So they got into a fight with them. It was very brief and it was diffused in 10 seconds. It was just an excuse, basically, from the police. So we said, this is all we know. This is the only thing we know. We don't know who got into a fight with whom, because later on we figured out more about what happened. And I think Tex or whoever else was involved in the fight they were priding themselves into starting a fight, which a lot of people did back then. So they asked us a couple of meaningless questions. The manager's room was closed. They said, okay, well, you're witnesses, so we need your IDs just to register who the witness is. Give us your IDs right now. So, of course, we were 2002. I was 19. Anthony was not 19 yet, or probably just freshly 19. No, he was turning 19 on that night, at midnight.
Yeah, his birthday. They were leading you into a trap, I see.
Yes, and we didn't know what to do. So we just, of course, gave our IDs and we registered as witnesses. And then they said, okay, thank you very much for your time. It took around 5 minutes. You're free to leave now. They opened the manager's room. They opened the door. I was the first to get out of the room. And in front of us were a bunch of, I think, 20 guys. in ski masks. You could only see their eyes. AK-47s, loading them, pointing them towards us, and screaming and shouting at us. We
Wow.
could not understand in that brief moment what the hell happened. What the hell? What is it? It's bizarre. It's insane.
Yeah.
What the it must be a mistake. No, there must be chasing a terrorist somewhere. They must have mistaken us any second now.
Yeah.
They will realize that we're just a bunch of hungry guys who are about to go eat shawarma somewhere. But that didn't happen yet.
Yeah.
The guys from the back start kicking us to push us forward to get us out of the manager's room. And the guys with the M16s, they basically hit us with the butts of the M16s or AK-47s. And they align us against the wall, face towards the wall, back towards them. And before even understanding what the hell is happening, we get handcuffed, every person to the person near him.
Chain
in
handcuff.
a line.
Okay.
In a chain
How many?
handcuff,
How
in a
many
line.
you were? Like 5, right? The 4 volunteers.
Haysam, Eli Tarabai, Ala Habib, Anthony, myself, a guy called Tyre, and his girlfriend back then, Margaret, who showed up after the concert and just wanted to have a drink, and they ordered a Bloody Mary, which later went into the report as a bunch of Satanists drinking blood at a stage at a pub.
Okay, just excuses to just frame the whole story in a differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the only. I apologize if I forgot anyone, but that's the only people I remember clearly now as a part of this story.
Mm-hmm.
Like Haysam is saying right now, cat blood, yeah. Everyone is screaming and shouting at us. We don't understand what the fuck is happening. We see from inside the pub also the bar manager is getting handcuffed. The guy who was doing his training for TV Al Manar is getting handcuffed, which we all thought is fucking hilarious. I still think it's the highlight of the entire thing.
Yeah.
And they don't march us. They basically kick us from the back, from using the butts of the M16s or using just their legs. They kick us and they pull us up through the. This is like a Mississippi blues slavery story.
Yeah, feels like they're taking you to the cotton field.
We were not sent to the cotton fields. And then we were divided again once we left the building of Kalinka.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, as soon as we arrived out there, suddenly we see a bunch of unmarked Peugeot cars, because that was the car of every fucking undercover police officer. So we see a bunch of Peugeot cars.
Yeah, sponsored by friends, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, well, our misery has never been not financed by France to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
So they push us into different cars. I was in a car with Haysam and Ala Habib. We were sitting in the back of the Peugeot. We sat there, and I remember asking the people in the front seat, "Excuse me, could you please explain to me what is happening right now? I don't understand. Why is this happening to us?" They look back at us and they reply, "انت مش عارف اللي عم بيصير لك ايه؟ انت مالك يا باشا?"
What
which
the
is
hell?
fucking Egyptian. They reply to us in Egyptian.
Are they like playing slang, or are they not Lebanese?
I say, "What do you mean? What I don't understand. Why are you talking in Egyptian?"
Yeah.
He says, "Because we are Egyptians. Now shut up. Shut the fuck up before you get beaten up again."
Okay.
I honestly thought the only excuse to this is that we have been invaded by Egypt And we are taken now somewhere because everybody else has been arrested and taken. I thought there could not be any other explanation. Why the fuck are Egyptians arresting me right now in the middle of Beirut if we are not being arrested by Egyptians because they invaded us for some
Totally
bizarre reason?
confusion. Yeah.
They envy our falafel formula. They thought there's no other option out of this but to invade and steal the formula.
It's the falafel. I see. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
point. Yeah. And yeah, okay.
So in that moment, I ask Haysam if he, because Haysam whispers to me, I still have my phone. They took away everything that all the phones and everything else.
Yeah.
Before we were into the car, he said, I still have my phone. I said, SMS anyone, please just SMS anyone right now. In these situations, you don't know who the fuck you will SMS. What the fuck will you say? You will text your parents? What will you say?
Yeah.
I got arrested for Satanism. What is the reaction going to be? What's going to happen? So we arrive at Front Shabak, which was actually my neighborhood police, whatever you call it, vicinity.
Station, you would say? A police station, is it?
Station. Yeah. And they kick us out of the cars. Again, they drag us literally by the chains of the handcuffs. And they push us up. And I remember hearing one question only, where you make the sijil adl, like Haysam just said. I remember one question only. ليش كلهم لابسين أسود دخلك? Why are they all dressed in black? And then I literally look down at everyone who got arrested, and I'm like, guys, couldn't have one person worn different color today? Anything, any shade of black. What today, guys?
You're going to a concert.
Yeah. So, which was actually something that they linked to Satan worshipping, in Lebanon. For many fucking years, a lot of us struggled. If you wear fucking black, or if you have piercings or tattoos or long hair, you're a satanic person.
When we started Lab Metal and we went to the concerts, on purpose we had white shirts, like full white shirts, and we were like shining among the crowds. Everyone is black, and we're just the white shirts guys,
Yeah.
So it always, yeah.
No, we did that with KAOTEON for a while also afterwards, because we wanted to prove a point that this has nothing to do with everything else.
Yeah.
I would wear my South Park t-shirts on stage.
Yeah.
I had a t-shirt given to me by a dear friend, Zena, and the t-shirt said I had a nightmare I was a rapper. Because she knew me too well. I would wear these on the stage just to say fuck you to the authority.
I see.
So we were taken there, and then minutes after, the owner of Kalinka, who was 80 or 85-year-old man, is brought into to where we were arrested as well. That wasn't nice to see at all. And they were treating him like shit. And then they put us all in one line. They asked us to go into separate rooms, one by one. They took away our wallets, basically, and then they would call your name, look at your ID, call your name. You would go into a room. 10 minutes later, or 5 minutes later, every individual would go out of that room looking like shit.
Torture.
For 5 minutes, I'm not sure. But it could have been also surprise butt sex. So your brain is telling you a million things.
You don't know, yeah.
No. So my turn comes, and then they ask me to go in. I go, well, they ask me, would you please, oh, kind sir, go in here. So I go in, and then they ask you to undress. And I just, with all novelty and courage, I take my t-shirt off, put it down on the table or the desk. My job here is done.
Not enough.
Say, no.
They're looking for drugs that you're stashing from Satan, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I take my shoes off, my socks off, undress. I take my pants off, undress. I take my boxers off, and they go turn around. Oh, well. Here comes the surprise butt sex. Okay, I turn around,
Yeah.
lean over. I'm like, sorry? Orifice, bend over. So I do the bravest squat you could ever do if
Yeah.
you're terrified of squats. They go, no. Orifice with a kick to the butt. So I lean over, I look between my legs, and I've never seen this ever since, but I found a bearded guy looking at what might be into my bunghole.
Okay.
And then he goes right down. He's hiding nothing there. Okay.
Yeah.
Then they say you can now dress up again and you can take your shoes, but you have to give us your laces. With all innocence, I say, but why do you need my laces? He's like, well, what do we do if you're going to choke one of the other cellmates during his sleep? How are we going to stop you then? So keep your laces here. I'm like,
Cellmates.
aha, cool.
Yeah.
So I go out again, and around that time, the head of that police branch was trying to figure out who designed the poster, the flyer of the event. The moment the first incident with the police happened, a bunch of us took it religiously to tear apart all posters that were hanged in Kalinka that could give them any hint at what anything they could link to Satanism, basically. They managed to find a piece of it, just a piece. And then they said, so we had a chat with Anthony, and you designed the poster, right? I'm like, yes. Okay, we want to see a full version of it.
So back to it.
said,
We're
well, that-
talking about this one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We also printed that in posters. I still have a couple of copies here in the house. I said, yeah, but we don't have that anymore because we just basically we gave it away to people to get them to come to the shop, to the concert. So we don't have that anymore. And then he says, so if we raid your house now in the middle of the night without you, would we find posters there or not? I said, yeah, because if they're going to raid my house, there's going to be my mother alone at 1 a.m. So I said, yes, you will find. So don't raid my house. He said, okay, we want to see the entire poster. I said, okay, I'll go with you. And I go with them because it was literally a 5-minute walk from my house. 2 undercover police guys with trench coats and machine guns, which actually now give me SS officer vibes, to be honest. The same haircut and the same mustache as well.
Yeah.
They walk with me to the house, and a minute before we reach our house, I say, listen, guys, you're now walking with me and you're carrying machine guns. My mother is an old lady, and she has the entire menu. Anything, any illnesses you can imagine, she's got those. If I march in now with 2 police officers armed to the bone, she's going to have a heart attack, and that's going to be on your hands. You want that? They said, so you're asking us to go, that we send you alone? No fucking way. I said, no, send 1 person with me. I'll pretend it's Anthony's uncle. Don't let him go with his machine gun. And we'll just go there, we'll grab the posters, and in 1 minute, I promise you, we'll come back. If we take more than a minute, come in with a machine gun. So I knock on the door because I don't have my keys with me, on me. And we go in. Of course, my mother is like, who the fuck is this? I said, this is Anthony's uncle. You heard him talk. You heard Anthony talk about him before. We are at the concert and he's with us there, but we forgot one thing. We're just going to pick it up quickly and then go back. There's nothing wrong. We see you later. So I go into my room.
Wow.
And that guy is already in a frenzy. He's searching the house to see if he can find anything that could link me to Satanism.
He's looking for more stuff, more evidence. Okay.
Yes. I pick up a couple of posters and then we go down again. They run me down the stairs because they can already hear my mother is in anxiety. She's screaming from the balcony, what the fuck, what's happening? What the fuck, what's happening? And they're running super fast with me. We go back to the same police station. And then I give the heads of that police station the flyers I just retrieved from home. He has a look at them and he realizes, aha, this is why you wanted to cut those apart, because you wanted to hide Satan. I'm like, no, this is from an old video game. It was from an old video game. I don't even remember which one, but it gives me Warcraft 1 vibes. I'm a huge Warcraft 3 guy, but it gives me some kind of Warcraft vibes because I think it's humans slaying the orcs in the poster. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, it looks like Warcraft 1. Like, if you look in detail, there's an orc actually. They're standing on a dead or injured orc and invading. You know, it's Warcraft.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they said, "What's the idea behind this?" Because it's clearly a devil. I said I couldn't. I tried to explain it, and they wouldn't accept any answer. So I said, "Okay, let's assume it's a devil. It's a human killing the devil. So he is ending evil.
It's
so
Saint
he's doing
George.
something just right
It's
now."
Saint George. Here, right?
He said, "No, because your idea is that the devil comes back to life through humans and he can spread his evil." I'm like, no, nothing clicks. So they put us in the cells all together for one night. An hour later, my mother shows up and she's screaming around, trying to understand what's happening. They explain to her what's happening. She goes home. She makes a couple of phone calls. The morning after, we're freezing our asses off, and there's a couple of other people completely not linked with us who look like, actually, they were two guys who were scary, and then there were two guys that looked miserable and terrified, and those two guys were construction site workers from Syria that were beaten up because they were sleeping at the construction site and someone thought they were invading our proud land. So those guys got arrested because that's how Lebanon works. The Syrian construction site workers got arrested, not whoever beat them up. They were in the same jail cell. Those guys were in so much pain, they slept through our entire existence in the jail cell during the night, and we were loud and we were talking. Haysam is saying Syrian truck drivers. I don't remember the specifics. I just remember they were two Syrian individuals. They wake up in the morning to realize, probably they couldn't wake up from the pain before. They wake up in the morning to realize that there's a bunch of other people now, and they freak out. Half an hour later, the holding cell door opens and they kick someone into the cell, someone who is well-dressed with quite a stylish haircut. They kick him in and they say something to him like, "You fucking miserable piece of shit. We're going to get back to you soon. You better not do any more crimes anymore. Sit down." He sits down. He was quite a good individual at breaking the ice. So he starts asking questions. "What do you guys do? Where are you from? Are you in universities? Do you know, what are your last names?" and shit like that.
Trojan horse.
Yeah, Trojan horse, indeed. And he asks a couple of questions, and I think an hour later, the door opens again and he's like, "You fucking son of a bitch, come, it's your turn now." So he leaves and he goes out. Briefly after, we get moved to another holding cell in a completely different facility near the USG University. And that was a miserable fuck place. We were thrown into a cell. You know how a lot of people say in Arabic, "Al-habs shaymut al-rijal," it's like something to be proud of.
Yeah.
They had that written by feces, by shit on the wall. It was one of the coldest spaces we were held at in our lives. It was freezing. It was just concrete with a ventilator pushing air in. The shitting room, the crapper, was in the same room, and it was guarded by one of those good old cowboys saloon doors. nothing to clean your butt with, of course, because you can use that possibly to kill someone. And with us were a bunch of people that usually if you come across in the street, you're terrified. They don't look like the kind of guys that you want to fuck with. They've been through shit. We were university students. We nearly had manicures, but we never did. Those guys were street boys. We were terrified. And we created our own island, of course, sheltering or trying to shelter each other. And the other guys they didn't give a fuck. They were just talking about random shit and screaming and shouting and knocking on the door like, I hate you. I'm going to beat you up when I see you in the streets. And then making jokes in between. And shortly after, we hear insane screaming in the interrogation room, insane fucking screaming, and then we hear glass chatter, and a minute later we hear an ambulance. And that is fucking terrifying. What the fuck is happening? Is this our fate? Is this going to happen to us next? Nothing happened to us at that moment, but 1 or 2 hours later, the holding cell door opens and a guy is pushed in. He's stitched very quickly. And we just met the gentleman, the fine gentleman who likes to call himself Ana Terbitti Arab. Good luck understanding whatever the fuck that means.
Okay.
He says hi to everyone. The other guys, the street homies, recognize him and they pay tribute to him. He sits with them and he looks at us like, who the fuck? He doesn't give a fuck about us. They sit there. My mother she knew what our next holding cell is because she was asking questions at the previous place. She shows up with fajita and Francisco sandwiches from Bliss Street. The guy who delivered the food to us opens the door and he says, Walid, like I'm me. He's like, I've been here for 20 years. This is the first time that we feed fajita to people in the holding cell. Enjoy. Okay, thanks. But we had so many sandwiches that we looked at the other guys and we were like, sandwich? Trying to buy our freedom.
Yeah.
With a bit of guacamole sauce. So they start talking to us and asking us questions like, what do you guys do? And we don't know, like, what do you do? You don't just say, I'm arrested because of Satanism charges. That's just, you don't want to go there.
Yeah.
We said, well, we were having drinks at a pub and people had a fight and then they arrested everyone and we were arrested by mistake. They said, oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear. What about the people who got in a fight? Well, they ran away. Like, those assholes. They always run away. Yeah, true. We're still terrified. And then they said, so the guy is literally, you could see blood through his stitches and he's sitting there talking to you and it looks like his normal casual weekend. So they ask us, so where did this fight happen? And then we said in around Hamra, a bit closer to Sanaya. Moment of silence. And then they said, what's the name of the place?
Kalinka.
We said Kalinka. And the tables turned instantly. They cower in a corner. They make the coziest circle you could ever imagine. They're nearly holding hands, just whispering and looking at us and not wanting to look us directly into the eye.
That's strange.
So we thought, I don't know what the fuck happened. They might be now just preparing for attack. Let us remain where we are and just count our blessings because we're okay so far.
Mm-hmm.
Later, Terbitti Arab comes over and he's like, so you're the guys who were arrested at that place? I'm like, yeah. We heard about you. What do you mean you heard about us? We heard that there's a devil-worshipping cell that is capable of voodoo magic that has been arrested, and that's you guys. That is us. How are you, man? So finally, we could flex our muscles, and that's us. Yes. How's it going? He's like, oh, you're so nice, and I'm so honored to meet you. And if you ever need anything, whenever you are in Marl, yes, just say Tarabiti Arab. Everyone will pay you tribute. They will respect you. You have to worry about nothing anymore because now you're my friends. He's basically trying to get his ass safe. Later on that night, they started interviewing us. A couple of people could leave earlier. And by the end of the night, after a series of very bizarre interviews, some of the questions that I was asked were, for example, do you use the internet? Yeah, it's 2002. I use the internet. Do you have an email? I have an email. My email back then was still Carpathian Agony. I'm not going to give him that email address. He's like, what's your email? sexyeyes12@hotmail.com. I don't know what. Something random. That's a password.
Stuff. Yeah.
Why do you need my password? You want to check your email. Okay, well, probably back then my password was something you don't want to give to the police anyway. So I just give him something random. Do you talk to gay people on the internet? Like, I don't know. I don't make it a task, but sometimes it could happen. So I don't know. Write it down. If someone tells you on the internet that they're gay, what would you do in that moment? Nothing. But if he tries to make you gay, what would you do in that moment? Oh, I would tell them that according to God's law, you shouldn't make me gay. I'm straight. Thank you very much. Like, okay. So then I'm impressed. He writes down, oh, that's a good answer.
So you understood what he's looking for, and you understood what answers you should give him, I guess.
Of course. And then a bunch of those other similar questions, like, do you talk to someone from Israel on the internet? I'm like, it's the internet. You don't know where the person is from. He could be from anywhere. But if somebody tells you that they're from Israel, what would you do? I would say, I really love Lebanon. Okay. That night, we went back to sleep in that fucking freezing cell. At that moment, it was Anthony, myself, the owner of the pub, an 80-year-old man
He's
who was
under
still
arrest.
there. He was raised in France, and he spent most of his life in France, so his Arabic was quite delicate. And they were bullying an 80-something-year-old man for not speaking proper Arabic. He was requesting to have his medications very politely, knocking softly on the door, asking them, I need my medication. It's called this and this. Could you please bring it over to me? They would make fun of him. They denied him his medication. We also had with us Tyre, the guy who was having a Bloody Mary drink, and he was arrested.
And his girlfriend was still arrested?
No, she was released. She also had a Scottish passport, so I think that helped. The next morning, we woke up around 5 in the morning to intense kicking of the door. When we opened our eyes, they asked us to move out of the cell. We came out of the cell. They handcuffed us again. They pushed us down the stairs. I remember for the first time seeing my father looking pale as a ghost. And I look at him and I say, good morning. And he's not saying anything. He's just staring at me. I'm like, do you know what's happening? He can't even reply. I say, do you know where they're taking us? And then he says, they're taking you to ODUM. ODUM,
prosecutor.
Back in the day, yes, prosecutor. Which at that moment I didn't still understand. So I'm still looking at him like, what does it mean? He's like, if you go to the prosecutor, which you are going to right now, he will see you now. You get 1 to 2 minutes of his time. He's going to ask you to explain what happened in 1 minute. And then you are sent to the prison of Rumi, where the biggest criminals of Lebanon are spoiled and are given PlayStation 4. but the poor are basically fucked. You are sentenced to Rumye, and then you await for another appointment, which could be in 6 to 12 months at least, with the prosecutor again. He will hear you for another couple of minutes until a few years later, he would say, yeah, you're innocent, go home, go back to university.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Rumi is the biggest prison in Lebanon, I think, or one of the biggest. And what you just mentioned is also important, that sometimes you might get sentenced, you might serve 4 years. Actually, you might serve 4 years, and then the sentence comes out and it's 2 years. That's something that happens in Lebanon a lot.
Yeah.
So they were taking you to see the Mr. Addoum prosecutor. Then what?
Yeah. In the back of the car, the older gentleman, actually, his last name was Twaine.
Mm-hmm.
Connected as fuck. He was let go on the day that we were pushed into cars to Addoum before we were. So he stayed in the holding cell.
He slipped. Okay.
Serge, I'm drinking arak, actually, not milk at this moment. I prefer my milk in the morning. So we get into the car. They put the siren on, and the guy is driving as a maniac. We were on the Jalidib highway. The way I remember the story is that while driving like a maniac there, he gets a phone call. He just goes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Clear, sir. He turns his car around and he goes back. He drives for God knows how long against all the other traffic. And he goes back to the holding cell that we left. And I look at my father and he looks almost high. He's just smiling and I have him, what the fuck? What's happening? He's like, I don't know either, but they just got an order that you may come back here.
Okay.
I meet the main man from that prison branch or police branch. And he asks me a couple of questions, very meaningless questions, like, do you worship the devil? No. Do you swear it? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you go to a holding cell and wait. Your
because
turn.
if you worship the devil, you cannot swear it, right?
Of course.
I like this logic. Okay.
Yeah, perfect logic. So we go into a holding cell where there were ladies from Sri Lanka detained.
Mm-hmm.
They were imported into the country, and that's something that we do in Lebanon, unfortunately, to be basically helpers at the house. But they were most likely severely abused at the house, so they thought running away is far better. Running away homeless is far better than staying here. And those usually get arrested. They get treated like hell.
I know.
They become an example on the TV, and they most likely are either sent back or put in the same house again, in the same home again.
Or they might stay in the cell until somebody donates the money to send them back home. They might stay for months sometime.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we're standing there in that cell, and then the TV stations walk in. And they were taking footage of those poor souls from Sri Lanka.
Mm-hmm.
And then they turn towards us. And that's the moment where Anthony, Tyre, and I realize we're fucked. We're going on TV now. Good luck.
It's gonna blow up. Okay.
Yeah. And then a guy from the police just pushes away the camera. He says, no, those guys are not for you. Don't film.
Okay.
Which is still unclear because we could be dangerous enough that it's not for the public eye. So they hold us there for, I think, an hour. And then we get out. We go into another questioning cell and they ask me. No, they give me a piece of paper that says, I hereby swear that I will not ever be involved in any satanic activities. But if I do, then they have all the capacity and the right to do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay.
I signed the paper because I had no other option. They literally said, if you want to leave, you have to sign the paper now. I signed the paper. And before they file it, they say, there's another condition. I used to have long hair back then. They say, there's another condition. You have to cut your hair, otherwise we're going to follow you everywhere. I go home, and for the coming 2 weeks, they literally follow me everywhere. If I go to university, they're literally there. If I'm driving around, I see them near me. Wherever the fuck I go, they're there. I actually went with Salam. I cut my hair. Moments after, they literally vanished.
It was really about the hair.
Yeah, it was the golden locks.
That's so weird.
Yeah. So that was a short story.
Well, usually I have a certain process, like a certain sequence of subjects to go through. But I have talked to many people that mentioned this phase of the arrests and all that. And you gave us so much details that I felt like maybe it's the time to go into those details, to like, you know, put it as the image, what you have in your imagination, so I can also see it from your side, you know. So I gave you all the time you need to tell the story in the details you remember, and you seem to remember a lot. These are kind of like, you know, very unique experiences that you can never forget, and a reason that you'll remember all the details. I just found the picture just to be sure. That's what we're talking about when we say hair, right?
So the guy holding the microphone, that's Ali Tarabai. Behind him is Jeffrey Mallouk.
Mm-hmm.
Next to him, you can see part of the glasses of Zach.
Yeah.
Behind Anthony, you can see Paul Garabed, who was one of the earliest members of Chimera. And somewhere there with his hands in the air is Daniel Karakash. I don't think he was a drummer back then of Necroblast. He was maybe about to enter Necroblast.
Mm-hmm.
So that was moments prior to the arrest.
Okay, so that was at Kalinka at the event, and that's the long hair. Yeah. I see. And you can see the date.
Yeah. I can see the date.
It's 21 December 2003, is it?
Yeah. No, I think the date is incorrect. It was 21 December indeed. I think the date is 2002 because 2003 was the release of the...
So there's a 1 year difference in the real date.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, it's difficult when we see you now to imagine the long hair. That's why I think the picture would help.
Thanks for the reminder.
Since when did you have a shorter hairstyle? For long,
that
right?
Night, that moment where I actually had to cut it.
Since
I tried to grow it again, but I actually started losing my hair, I think, around the age of 14. So in that photo, I developed quite a lot of tricks to basically mask the empty part.
Yeah.
But I realized shortly after that, okay, it's time to just shave.
Okay. At this moment, before we continue, I actually need the help of Patrick. He's always listening to us and following the live. We need to do a quick poll. We've been talking for 3 hours now in total. Okay? And I know we still have a lot ahead to talk about. So the poll will easily be, we switch to the modern time and talk about tomorrow, the 4th of August. And we leave everything else to another episode.
Cool.
Okay? Or we go and talk about tomorrow in Arabic. And after that, we go with the shorter version of everything else. I'll leave that to the audience to decide if they'd like to have another episode where we go in detail of everything else, including the novel, including KAOTEON Pass, including ODUM, including many other things, the different bands you sang with, like different projects, When the World Burns, the Zix featured and Metalhead and other stuff. There's a lot. I'll leave that to a quick poll where we decide if we switch now to Arabic and talk about the dates and the Beirut blast, or and we end it there, or we extend 1 more hour to talk briefly about the rest. Okay?
Sure.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna run a track. I'm gonna run a track that we can talk about anyway, because this is still gonna be part of our short discussion. Still a KAOTEON track, and the track that you told me it's one of your favorite when it comes to lyrics. If I'm not wrong, it's called Catharsis in Unison, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Correct.
so we're gonna run this one until the poll is kind of done, or we can see in the comments the opinions, and then from there, depending on that, I will just finish the video and start talking in Arabic. Okay?
Cool.
So see you in a few minutes. That was another track by KAOTEON. We've only so far listened to KAOTEON music, but as I mentioned, there's a lot different projects you lent your voice to. And I guess you've already read in the comments. The vote is clear, right? So there should be a part 2 where we go in details on the remaining subjects. And just to be clear, there will be a part 2. We'll decide on the date hopefully soon and let you know. What's left for part 2?
I'm quite humbled by that. And
yeah,
I'm very,
you have an
very
audience.
happy to hear.
You have an audience who wants to hear more. They enjoy the way you tell your story. They want to hear more, and maybe I'll find a small book for you to read next time. Maybe a bedtime story. Okay, so record
I'd
that.
love to. I actually have quite a phenomenal. Need to show this.
Okay. In the dead of the night. Okay.
In the Dead of the Night, bedtime stories for grown-ups, written and illustrated by Boo. It's a Lebanese writer. He writes phenomenal stories. So I just had to. Speaking of bedtime stories, that's the first thing that came to mind.
Okay, so that's still an idea, huh? Possibility. What's gonna be left for part 2? What's gonna be in part 2 will be KAOTEON, the releases of KAOTEON. But now that we have Walid from KAOTEON, we had Anthony already. We had Anthony twice. One as to talk about KAOTEON, and one other time to talk about specifically his latest release by Death Tribe, the Red Experiment. This time having you, Walid, is different because we can talk about what you contribute to the music from your side, vocals. A lot on vocals, lyrics, and that was a big section of our discussion. Also talk about lyrics, how do you write your own lyrics, the themes you choose and all that. So there will be a different kind of side of KAOTEON to talk about. And what's important, like what happened, why are you not, why are you ex-KAOTEON? That's a story to tell for part 2. We'll mention briefly the Metal Award and the Metal Hammer Award. As I said, we'll go to the lyrics. We have to talk about ODUM and what was that, and Gosmog and how did that, proceed. You had an album released called The Circle. We'll talk about that in part 2. There was a Dio tribute. That's a very interesting cover to talk about, where a lot of singers from the metal scene and guitar players and drummers and different musicians got together to make a tribute for Dio. We'll talk about Zix, another band. One day I'd like to have also some guests from Zix, Ziad maybe, to talk about the band. Yep. And there's When the World Burns. That's a very interesting project. Also, there's a lot to say about that. And the novel that we mentioned already, we teased. So that's going to be part 2 and part 2 to see what's the story of the novel. And there's even more than that. I'll stop here and switch to Arabic so we can get to the subject of August 4th, get to the subject of Lebanon and what's happening in Lebanon. The choice of language to go in Arabic is that whatever we say today in Arabic, we might choose to share it tomorrow in Arabic to the people who will be demonstrating tomorrow, who will be on the streets tomorrow. And I hope what we have to say as Lebanese in Arabic about our situation could also be a bit of fuel to the fire for tomorrow. Okay, so
I hope so.
من هلا بنكمل عربي تنحكي شوي عن بلدنا. كيفك وليد؟ ماشي الحال؟
ماشي الحال يا مان. كيفك انت؟
تمام. هلا لاحظت انا انه نحن بلشنا على 6:30، هلا 49، يعني صارنا 3 ساعات وربع عم نحكي different subjects، عم نحكي مواضيع بدايات، وقطعنا لحد هلا بعدة مراحل وعم نحكي عن كيف الناس بتشوف الكالتشر الأجنبية، كيف القوى الأمنية بتتعامل مع الميتال وهالموسيقى الغريبة. حكينا شوي عن كيف الواحد بيجذبوا الميتال للمواضيع اللي فيه وهيك، وقبل بحلقات حكينا مع غير ضيوف كمان عن التام موضوع الميتال اللي هو في دايما الثورة، في دايما التغيير، في دايما ليش بدنا نقبل وضعنا مثل ما هو. وبعتقد كاوتيون بالليركس بيحكي شوي عن وضع البشر
From day one.
From day one. خبرني انت بالموسيقى اللي بتعملها، قديش بتشوف، قديش بتحط من كونك لبناني بهالموسيقى؟
هلا ما بعرف اذا بحط ككوني لبناني بهالموسيقى because that's a bit of a عم نعملها definition للخبريه بطريقه محدده. بس اكيد بحط ككوني وليد which is لبناني كثير بالموسيقى. ما بعتقد الليركس يلي بحطهم هن ليركس لبنانيه، لانه بعتقد بيطبقوا على حيلا محل تاني في injustice او في similar shit which is nearly the entire planet unless you come from كوكب فليد.
ايه.
So ما بعتقد، ما بعرف، صعب كتير سؤال، ما بعرف يعني. ما بكتب، عم بفكر انه اوكي رح اكتب هلا لانه انا لبناني رح اكتب شيء. It's more about شو عم بحس هلا. And as an empathetic person I think عادة بتكون well connected على كل شيء حولك، و ما فيك يعني اذا بتفل فيزيكلي من لبنان مش انه فليت من لبنان. ما فليت على محل بالحقيقة، خاصة بس يكون لبنان وضعه مثل لبنان، وخاصة بس يكون كل شخص انت بتحبه بأخرى سيتويشن ما تتخيلها بتاريخ البشرية كلها. ف هلا the only thing that I'm worried about is probably في كتير عالم ما بدهم يسمعوا هذا الشيء بالستريم هلا، لانه already قرفانين منه، لانه هذا الشيء اللي بفكروا فيه كل الوقت. فكر من هيك بعدني شوي عم بكون حاطط شوية فلتر. But to be honest, it's a very big part of who I am, so I don't think I can filter that. You can take the person out of Lebanon, but you can't take the Lebanon out of the person.
طيب هلا انت اي متى اخر مرة رحت على لبنان؟
End of November، آخر نوفمبر 2020.
يعني كان اوريدي تعبان الوضع، وكان
أكيد
بعد انفجار 4 آب،
أكيد.
واكيد رحت
حجزت بمار
تفرجت.
مخيل.
حجزت
أخذت
بمار
شقة
مخيل
بمار
شو؟
مخيل
يا
بوجه البور،
يا
كانت مرممة بعرض جديد. بتذكر كتير منيح. So 4 أغسطس كنت قاعد بالبيت، كنت عم بلعب بلاي ستيشن actually. probably ما بتذكر شو كنت عم بلعب، doesn't matter. I got an SMS from my best friend. I got an SMS from زياد. actually WhatsApp. زياد علم. ex-KAOTEON.
هيدي وقت كان الحريقة بعدها، قبل لحظة الانفجار؟
بعد لحظة الانفجار.
بعد لحظة الانفجار، اوكي.
يس. بيبعت لي زياد مسج بيقول لي في انفجار بلبنان.
شو تخيلت بس تسمع انفجار بلبنان؟ اول شي شو تخيلت؟ شي سيارة وزير مفخخين له تحت الدولاب؟
Absolutely. أنا generation الكار بومبز.
انا هيك
and
تخيلت.
by car bombs قصدي من أول كار بومب عشتها كانت بعيدة عني أقل من 100 متر. كان عمري ماكسيموم 8 إذا مش أقل. فأنا جنريشن الكار بومبز، فوقت ما بتقول قنبلة أول شيء بيخطر على بالي هو سيارة مفخخة بجت شي محل. أو قلت شي مستودع شي محل تاني انفجر. something like that. انفجر شي. قلت له what the fuck. literally actually I can even read it. I'm very curious.
فيك ترجع تلاقي تشات من وقتها؟
أكيد. If I search for explosion or انفجار مع زياد in the chat. I'm very curious actually تشوف بالضبط شو صار. Okay, I can't find it. بعت لي زياد مسج قال لي صار في انفجار، قلت له وين؟
مين؟
وشو
وين؟
صار؟
ايه
قال لي عم بيقولوا fireworks warehouse.
حتى مش
somewhere.
بور يعني مش معروف كان بعد انه بالتحديد.
بعد ما كان معروف شيء. قلت له I'm still confused. بعتقد ما قلت له شيء بعد. So the only thing that Ziad did next is the only thing that anyone could have done. عمل لي forward لفيديوز الانفجار. I remember my instant response was, what the fuck? This is not fireworks.
كم مرة
This looks
حضرت الفيديو؟
nuclear. بعتقد at least 20 مرة ورا بعض.
Same here.
ما فهمت. It still looked to me like an episode of حيالله شيء على نتفليكس. شو اسمه هذا الشو اللي كتير غبي اللي بيفرجي كأنه الميدل ايست على نتفليكس عايشين بعدنا ما بنضاجع
الحمراء
الكاملز.
ايه نسيت شو اسمه، بس انه عاملين شارع الحمراء كله رمل وجمال ومدري شو انه
whatever it's called.
تخيلت انه شيء سوريالي، يعني انه شيء مركب تركيب صورة مش بلبنان. ما بتتخيل هيك انفجار بنص بيروت صح؟
It cannot be anything else because to me this looked nuclear. Like I saw a mushroom cloud. Like it can't be anything fucking else. So my only words, homeland, thank you Bassem. My only words were, what the fuck? This can't be fireworks. And then he sends me more and more and more forwards, and I'm just sitting there. I can't compute. It's just my brain shut down, and I'm just watching the videos, trying to understand. Always my first instinct is to go to LebanonFiles.com because that's what I did. بس كنت بعد عايش بلبنان. It's kind of the first news source. من بعدها بروح على نهارنت. And I'm trying to understand what the fuck. What the fucking fuck. So I was still texting مع زياد, and at the same time I'm trying to reach everyone else to I don't know the scale of things yet. ما بعرف قد ايه حجم الانفجار. I'm just trying to understand what the fuck happened and what kind of fucking fireworks are there and why the fuck didn't we play with these fireworks as children? What is this shit? And then more messages start coming in. They start pouring in besides Ziad's message. And I'm frozen. I'm frozen, but I'm dead at the same time. I'm in pieces. I'm trying to process, and then a bit more information start coming up. Port explosion. I'm like, what the fuck? Port explosion? What the fuck could it be? شو يعني port explosion? شو يعني؟ شو صار؟ more information come in, and I was a bit distracted because I see what Joe is writing in the chat. Joe, I know that you want peace and break from this, and I'm sorry that you have to go through this again. Everyone else listening in Lebanon right now, I'm sorry that you have to go through this again. I know you don't want to, and if it's too much trauma for you, I fully understand, and I love you if you quit the chat right now. But this is part of my trauma, and the only way I can deal with my trauma is by talking about it. It's my approach. And it's a very important part of who I am today because it built up upon whoever I was before of the explosion. I know you don't want to be, you don't want to go through this again. I'm sorry. But this is a big part of who I am today. And I'm still trying. I can't understand what the fuck, what the hell, how all of the 1,000 million questions per second are rushing in, and I can't pick one to start with. Ziad is as confused as I am. He has no idea. And then we realize, I think 20 minutes later, holy fuck, what about everyone we know? Where are they? How the fuck are they doing? Can we reach them? And we get into a frenzy. We start calling people. We start calling whoever we can. I call Abed Agha, my brother. I'm trying to reach him.
هو ساكن بيروت.
He's between Beirut and Dubai. كان ساكن بالأشرفية, but محل ما كان ساكن was very close towards the port.
وكان وقتها بلبنان.
بيبعت لي صور. His house is shattered.
كسر.
قال لي بيبعت لي صورة الصوفة مكسرة كلها ازاز. قال لي I stood up من شوي تروح يعمل شيء تاني or whatever it was. So he made it by a second. And then when I understand it happened at the port, I also remember that this also means a very good fucking friend of mine, Elite Rabai, بيشتغل بجزيرة جريدة النهار back then.
طارت الوجهة كلها وطاروا المكاتب
Yes. Yeah, so we try to reach our friend Elite Rabai and no one can reach him. ما حدا عارف وينه. Later on, photos of him out of the emergency room resurface. Briefly after, بشوف posts من Garo. He's saying, Bashir Ramadan is okay, everyone. Thank you for your phone calls. And you start fucking realizing everyone you fucking know. How the fuck are you gonna check up on everyone you know? عايش بالمدينة كلها. كيف? Where do you start? مين بتحكي? So you start calling the closest circle to you, of course, obviously, but that's never fucking enough. And you still don't understand what the fuck is happening. Then a very dear friend of mine calls from Copenhagen وبتسألني كيفك؟ And I say منيح, كيفك أنت؟ بتقول لي أنا بعرفك, أكيد أنت منيح. وبهاللحظة بفهم إنه ما في حدا حدي محل ما أنا, which is بالهجرة, عن جد قدر يسألني نفس السؤال وقدر يفهم إنه مستحيل أنا أكون منيح هلا, مستحيل. بعدني لهلا ما بعرف كيف أنا, يعني كل ما أشوف حيالله بوست خاصه بالانفجار وكل ما أشوف إنه بعد ما انشنقوا كلهم ما بفهم, مستحيل يكون أنا منيح, مستحيل.
كيف برأيك عم بتفكر وتعيش الناس اللي مات لأشخاص واللي خسرت مثل ما بيقولوا قطشت اجره وراحت عينه وطار بيته؟ مثلا خيك اللي تكسرت شقته رجع قدر عمر شيء, قدر يظبط شيء, حدا ساعده بشيء, حدا طل سأل من الدولة مثلا شو صار وشو الضرر.
هلا luckily معظم ال closest friends أو الأهل بيقدروا شوي يساعدوا حالهم, رايحين على الجامعة, بيشتغلوا, عندهم وظائف, في كتير منهم بيشتغلوا بشركات انترناشونال بيقدروا يساعدوا حالهم شوي. بس in 1 second 300,000 people were made homeless in 1 second. 1 fucking
7,000
second.
7,000 injured, 217 dead until now.
Yes.
في ناس ماتوا هلا من جمعتين، مات شخصين من المصابين من وقتها.
Only in Lebanon.
اها.
ف out of 300,000 that were made homeless, how many were lucky enough to have a full-time job to help them rebuild? I think a tiny fucking fraction. I shared an Instagram story, and calling it an Instagram story makes it sound so fucking horrible. It was an interview. كانت interview مع شوفير تاكسي بلبنان. عم بيحكي عن انه هلا مضطر يعيش مع عائلته بالمخيمات، مخيمات فلسطينية. No offense to Palestinian people، على راسنا من فوق. بس بيقول شيء كتير مهم. إذا أنت ربيان أبا عن جد بالمخيم، تعرف شو يعني الحياة المخيم يلي منها سهلة أبدا أبدا. It means ما في حد. There's no garbage collection يلي أصلا بلبنان is not a thing anyway. But there's nothing.
Basics حتى.
Nothing. Nothing. Basics بلبنان أصلا منه موجودين. مي وكهرباء وسيفتي. On top of which safety. To create a home, you need safety. Be it a country or be it your house. A home is defined by safety.
صح.
And if you don't have that, you don't have a home.
هي أكبر شوك للناس اللي ببيروت إنه لحقتنا على قلب البيت. يعني
Yes.
no one feels safe in his house anymore, in his home anymore.
Yes. If you felt safe أصلاً in your home previously, that's already quite an accomplishment بلبنان.
Even that
If
هلا
you...
راحت.
Yes.
ومن بعد
is this necessary by any chance? No.
it's a bit better, it's okay.
Okay. بس قرعتي عبد الماء صارت كتير.
ماشي الحال. بس من بعد ما هيك صار هيك شيء صار وراح هيدا sense of safety at home اللي هي كتير مهمة. من بعد ما راح هيدا السنس، إذا بدك تعمل لها ريكفر، إذا بدك تسترد هالسيفتي ات هوم، بدك اللي صار تعرف إنه ما ممكن بقى يصير. صح؟
أكتر من
اليوم
هيك
بعد مرور سنة منظن إنه بعد نص ساعة ممكن يصير هالشي عن جديد بمدينة تانية. شو بيمنع هلا؟ شو عنا أي ثقة بتجينا هلا أو بنعرف عنها إنه بطرابلس أو بصيدا أو بزحلة ما في كمان هنجار شو عرفني مين بالدولة وست فينه؟ كيف بنعرف؟
أكيد.
كيف بنطمن؟
أكيد مستحيل. بعدين حتى لو عرفت، لو هلا اجت دولة جديدة اوكي كومبليتلي جديدة نظيفة 100%، وقلت لك خلص مستحيل هذا الشيء يصير، في a very important factor يلي هو fucking generational trauma يلي اصلا نحن كلنا ورثانينا، واللي رح نورثها unfortunately لاولادنا لو قد ما جربنا رح يورثوا شرش منها. قد ايه بدك generations هلا to recover من هالتروما لحالها. من هالتروما لحالها. انا عمري 38 سنه، رح يصير عمري 39 سنه، عايش بهولندا، بلد تعلم من بعد الحرب العالميه الثانيه انه عنا human rights we will forever protect since that moment. مستحيل نخلي حيالله حدا يدقرنا الهيومن رايتس تبعنا. هيومن رايتس تبع الاولاد، هيومن رايتس تبع النسوان، هيومن رايتس تبع الدوله كلها. مستحيل نسمح لحدا يدقرها. تعلموا من الحرب العالميه الثانيه انه مستحيل نعيد هذا الشيء because we lost it and we will do anything within our powers never to have to go back there again. أنا عايش بهذا البلد بهولندا، هوا نظيف، البقرة عندها باسبور أحسن من حيالله باسبور نحن نملكه. أنا بعد ما عندي باسبور هولندي. تقعد انت على بالبارك بالويك اند بتشوف اولاد عم بيلعبوا مع اهلهم من دون صريخ وعيط ويا اخو المنيو كي شو عم تعمل. بعدني لهلا 38 سنه صار لي فعلي من لبنان انا من اوغست 2012. رحت على قطر سنتين بعدين جيت على هولندا ب 2014. صار لي من اوغست 2012 انا فايل من لبنان. بعدني لهلا في شغلتين بعملهم وما في وقف اعملهم. بس اقطع الطريق حتى لو كانت وان واي ستريت لازم تطلع على الميلتين لانه زوزو قبه معقول يجي ويهرسك. and the other one بس اسمع صوت طيران بدي اطلع لفوق لاعرف اذا طيران مدني او لا. I can't stop. I've been doing therapy for I think 3 years. I can't stop. طياره بدي اطلع لفوق KLM اوكي لا 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 لا. تخيل on top of it what happened be 1 year ago, few hours away from 1 year ago. We're going to raise kids and they will inherit this trauma unfortunately. رح نفرجيهم صور رح نفرجيهم فيديوز no matter we should shelter them بس للأسف رح نفرجيهم رح يشوفوا رح يفهموا and they will inherit it and it will be passed down to generations. حتى لو اجت دولة جديدة هلا وقالت انه خلص حلينا كل شيء you will not feel safe at home sadly. I don't think it's gonna happen overnight. I don't think it's gonna happen within generations to come.
هلا ما عندنا معلومات دقيقة بس من هون بصير ايام الواحد يفكر انه هل هالشي كان مقصود، هل هالشي متعمد، لانه بالتاريخ صار هيك اشياء وتغيرت نفوس الناس واثرت وانزرعت فيهم ونعمل دراسة كيف انزرعت فيهم. يعني هالافكت اللي صار بعد هيك انفجار صار مدروس ومعروف، واذا واحد عم ينبش على هيك افكت صار يعرف شو لازم يعمل ليحصل عليه. بتصير تقول انه هذا لوحده دافع انه يكون هالشي مستقصد، عدا عن الدمار اللي صار، الدمار الداخلي النفسي والتأثير على جيل ورا جيل بعد هالموضوع لوحده هو نتيجة أبشع من الدمار التكسير الحيطان والبيوت والهيك.
ما فيك تحكي عن تأثير الدمار إذا بعدهم لهلا حزب الله بيقولوا لك انتصروا بال 2006. انتاك رب لبنان فوقاني تحتاني تكسر كله. أنا بتذكر 2006 كان عمري يعني 23 سنة. كنت قاعد بالبيت مع أمي عابطين بعض لأنه كنا عايشين فرن الشباك يعني كتير قراب على الضاحية. بتعرف كيف بالأفلام تطلع بتلاقي السقف عم بيهر منه غبرة البويا عم بيهر بس ما في كراك بالسقف بس somehow عم بيهر
عم بيخض لأنه كل الأرض عم
بيخض كله. تاك ام البلد فوقاني تحتاني بعده لهلا حزب الله بيقول لك انتصرنا وبعده لهلا كل واحد بشد على مشداتهم يلي هذا the entire fucking regime. كل حزب بلبنان وكل شخص متحزب بلبنان if he knows it or not it means بينتموا لحزب الله. if you agree or not إذا بعدك متحزب بلبنان شو ما كان حزبك تعبد العجل أو لا شو ما كان حزبك إذا متحزب بلبنان لحيالله حزب طائفي يعني أنت you're a supporter pro supporter every single day لحزب الله. They announced this 2 fucking days ago or 3 fucking days ago. عم يحتفلوا بذكرى الانتصار or something like this. برأيهم انتصروا. A very good fucking friend of mine. Very good fucking friend of mine. ما رح سميته من قبل ما رح أقول أي واحد. عمل انترفيوز بال 2002 part of his university study. نزل على الجنوب عمل انترفيوز مع ex حزب الله people. They were talking about the fucking drug trafficking deals that happen across the border, the only moment when the border is allowed to open. When you leave Lebanon, one of my earliest memories of meeting someone من حدا من إسرائيل, one of my earliest memories. 2002, that's how I also remember إنه كونسرت كياتيون ما صار ب 2002 صار ب 2003 لأنه أنا وباسم تعيبس رودي كالوستيان باتيل and a few more people, Maxime, Monique, and a few more people كنا عم نحضر Creator Dio Opeth Rotting Christ بتركيا. كنا قاعدين سوا الجالية اللبنانية، جالية الميتال اللبنانية بتركيا
معكم علم
باسطنبول.
او شيء هيك يعني انه في
لا
شيء
كنا
عم
قاعدين
تحكوا
عم
عربي؟
نتعشى بمحل وعم نحكي عربي، عم نجعر بالعربي لانه كنا سكرانين كتير، لانه بتركيا باك ذن ما بعرف اذا بعد الحالة هلا مثل ما هي، بحب الارمن اكثر FYI between brackets. كانت القفص بير ارخص من المي، فكنا سكرانين من الصبح لليل كل الوقت. قاعدين بمحل عم نتعشى، فجأة بيجوا شخصين بيوقفوا حدنا على الطاولة. ودي نوفل كان معنا. بيمدوا ايدهم. They say you're from Lebanon. We just want to say we're honored to meet you. Immediately my reaction of course حدا قال لك هيك شيء بدك تمد ايدك بدك تسلم عليه. نحن we're locking hands. بيقولوا we are from Israel, we are your neighbor and we always wanted to meet someone from Lebanon and we're honored to meet you. ايدينا رجعوا على جيبتنا and we're just looking at them like they're saying something very nice to us. Very fucking nice to us. How do you react in this moment? 2002 كان عمري 18 سنة.
بس حرب 2000 طازة كمان تعتبر يعني فريش.
أكيد. ومن أنت وصغير عم ترضع بالحليب أكيد حسب شو طائفتك، إنه كل البقوة إخوتنا نيوكي بس طائفتك أنت المنيحة. زيادة عن هيك حسب وين أنت بأي جزء من لبنان، يا سوريا العدو اللدود يا إسرائيل شر مطلق. إسرائيل شر مطلق. Depends on which part of Lebanon you're from.
بظن
أو
اسرائيل
اثنيناتهم.
لاكثريه الشعب اللبناني 99% عدو، وهذا بدوش نقاش.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I personally reacted. I just pulled my hand out and I said, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. Have a good evening. في غير كانوا على الطاولة أخذوها كتير شخصية، وإنه بس ام على ام كذا، ما سبوا لهم لهم بس سبوا للسياسي. قطعت بسرعة على خير. That was very bizarre. First fucking interaction with the enemy. And I would explain why the enemy later. بعدين later بلشنا نروح concerts نسافر سوا. في كتير منا كانوا يروحوا حاملين العلم اللبناني مثلا على festivals بيوروب. That was around 2008. يعني أول فيستيفال رحته على يوروب كان 2008، كان هيلفست. رحت as part of metalhead.com. كنا نروح معنا العلم اللبناني. بتذكر كذا مرة بيجوا لعنا عالم من إسرائيل بيقولوا it's an honor to finally meet someone من لبنان. You know, all shit politics aside, which in Lebanon we did not understand. Politics is not a side. If you're from Israel, no, we can't say politics is a side. No fucking way. All politics aside, we all love metal music. I also had difficulty understanding how people like orphaned land. Up until I think maybe 2008 or 9, I had difficulty understanding how could you like orphaned land. في أغاني بغنوا بالعبري. How could you sit there and listen to that and go لا 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 لا. I had difficulty understanding that. وأنا ربيت على الحدود إنه هي أنا كنت شوف من شباك بيتي الدبابات عم بيوقفوا على التلة يبلشوا يقوصوا تلة البياضة. هذا أكتر شيء بتذكره من طفولتي. غير عن the amount of times يلي كانوا يكبوا ألعاب أولاد متفجرة. So مستحيل كنت أفهم كيف في حدا من لبنان عم بيسمع Orphan Land. Orphan
أنا
Gang.
بالعنقودية
بالعنقودية. فليت من لبنان. بقطر أكيد ما كان عندي interaction مزبوط مع حدا من إسرائيل. جيت على هولندا. Naturally, and that's the nature of business, بدك تتعرف على العالم من كذا بلد بتحكي معهم. Because eventually I'm here as an employee and I have to make business. You have to talk to them. When you have the opportunity to meet the enemy, especially when the enemy is just kilometers away from you, you'll realize انه كنتوا تحضروا نفس الكرتونز. what the fuck. انا بصور كنت احضر تلفزيون الشرق الاوسط، لانه هيدا الشيء من التيفيز اللي كانوا يسرقوا لعنا، وما كنت اعرف انه تلفزيون الشرق الاوسط تلفزيون اسرائيلي بس بيحكي بالعربي.
بروباغندا، لا يوصل بروباغندا للناس اللي بتحكي عربي.
لا، that's exactly what they want us to believe. It's just literally بالعربي. ما عندك فكرة قد في عالم بإسرائيل بيحكوا عربي، لأنه ربيوا هونيك. ما عم بقول أي شيء، ما عم بدافع عن كل شيء عم بصير. I'm still against Zionism مثل ما باسم قال. To the grave. Pro-Palestinian. Pro-Lebanese. To the grave. بس في كتير عالم عايشوا ببارتس من إسرائيل ما عندهم فكرة شو عم بيصير بباقي إسرائيل، مختلطين مع الكل. مثل ما أنا كنت تربيان بصور وما كنت بعرف عن الحرب الأهلية. بصور كنا كلنا عايشين مع بعض، ما كان في حرب أهلية أبداً. ما كنت أفهم شو يعني حرب أهلية. بس probably ليه أنا وهيثم اثنيناتنا، probably جوزيف هلا بالشات كمان في يحكي معنا نفس الموضوع، ما كنا نفهم شو يعني حرب أهلية. مسيحية ضد واي نو، بس ما هيدا جاري وهيدا جاري وهيدا جاري وهيدا جاري، وإنه أنا نروح مع بعض على نفس المدرسة. على شو عم نتخانق؟ ما بفهم. في كتير عالم هونيك هيك، في كتير عالم بيحكوا عربي فلوينتلي، ما بيعرفوا شو عم بيصير بالباقي. ما عم بدافع عن حدا، ما عم بدافع عن زيونيزم، ما عم بدافع عن سرقة الأراضي الفلسطينية، ما عم بدافع عن الاجتياح الإسرائيلي تبع لبنان أبدا. بس في عالم ما كان عندهم فكرة، مثل ما أنا ما كان عندي فكرة شو يعني حرب أهلية، مسيحية ضد إسلام، ضد سنة، ضد شيعة، ضد كل هالقصص. ما بعرف شو يعني. كنت أسمع عنها على الأخبار على الراديو، بس ما كنت أعرف شو يعني. والأصعب من هيك بس تسمع من حدا إنه دولتهم كانت تعميك نفس الأخبار اللي أنت كنت تسمعها. هو إنه كل إسرائيلي out there is to kill you, right? That's what we all fucking heard. كل إسرائيلي out there بده دم اللبناني، بده دم طفل لبناني. ما عم بقول إنه ما في كتير زاينس بدهم هذا الشيء. Absolutely. بس نفس الشيء هن كانوا ياكلوا بالمعلقة. كل ولد لبناني بده يقتل ولد إسرائيلي. هذا الشيء اللي كانت دولتهم تقول لهم إياه. كل شيء له علاقة بلبنان هو بس لحتى يقتل كل اليهود everywhere. And guess what? That's the best fucking currency. It sells sexier than fucking hot منقوشة. warm منقوشة الصبح. You would buy it. Fear. You buy it. It's the most primal fucking feeling. ديناصور جاي يلعضك بطيزك. fucking fear.
هلا كيف عم يلعبوا علينا هيدي الفير حاليا؟
It's always been the same bro. بين إسرائيل ولبنان it's always been the same. ساعدني ساعدك. Your vote polls are going down. ساعدني ساعدك. أنا برأيي، وأنا حمار سياسي، أنا ما بفهم بالسياسة. ما في يسمي لك أسامي 5 politicians بالكوكب، وما بفهم أبدا بالسياسة، وما بدي أفهم بالسياسة. بس أنا بؤمن بجورج أورويل. I'm a reader and I'm a writer for as long as I remember. I believe in George Orwell. 1984 is my Bible. And it clearly tells you one thing. Confusing everyone. Let them forget who the enemy is today. The enemy that they always had. Let the wheel spin. Let it suddenly become the friend and they will not figure out what the fuck happened. معلي، على قد سنين نحن ربينا انه سوريا عدو. يلي كانوا اهله محترمين كانوا يقولوا له الدولة السورية عدو، الشعب السوري مش عدو. هو الأهل المحترمين كانوا يقولوا هيك. But in the end the message is the same. قد ايه بدك تعمل الفلترنج؟ انت بدك تسأل كل واحد انت من الدولة او انت من الشعب؟ It's insane. It's impossible. هلا and clearly when we welcomed and I think every country should have done the same. When we welcomed all of those Syrian refugees, we welcomed them لأنه دولة سوريا رفيقتنا كمان, right? We did the same. We played the game of let's forget إنه سوريا اجتاحتنا. Now they're our friends. They need help. Let's welcome them. Our politicians fucking support their politics since forever. مع إسرائيل بعد ما عندهم عين يقولوا هذا الشيء علنا. I personally believe, in the words of George Orwell, I think there's no fucking wars. Armies are just young people sent to die. Those left at home are sentenced to die in the long run. Slow fucking painful death, like Slayer lyrics would dictate, is just money and nothing else. There's no money in peace. You and I make money in peace. نفتح bank account, نعمل savings بقلبه. آخر الشهر إذا حطينا 50 يورو بنعمل high five, برافو حطيت 50 يورو. إذا كان بلبنان بتحط 20,000 ليرة, برافو, you achieved something. $20 if you're lucky, yeah. Nowadays, there's no fucking money in peace. Businesses بيفتحوا, okay, roadster بيجوا لعنده عالم بياكلوا عنده, you know, 5 guys قاعدوا هونيك أخذوا mighty chicken, it's fucking delicious, get it with extra garlic always, that's how I go. Fries on the side, beautiful. But is this the same amount of money required? إذا بدك تشتري سلاح تبيعه لحيالله حمار رح يركض وياخده لأنك أنت قلت له في سلاح بالشارع اليوم تعالوا خدوه. It's not the fucking same. Burger mighty chicken. كم برجر mighty chicken من رودستر بدك تشتري كاليشنيكوف؟ I don't think wars exist in reality. It's just help me, help you. I just helped you, tomorrow you owe me. I think this is how everything works. I might be a fool. I'm not a political science student. I know shit about politics. I can't name anyone. I believe in George Orwell. That's what I think happens.
هلا took it back من هذا السبجكت to the situation بلبنان وخصوصي على بكره. من بعد هيدا الايفنت البيج ايفنت the change the shock اللي بلشنا فيها ولحد هلا ما صار شيء بيغير, ما صار شيء من اللي متوقع. انت كنت عم تقول لازم يكون انشنق له شيء مدري كم واحد ليكون على القليله في some sort of a justice بالخبريه, صح؟
لا انا ما قلت انشنق له كم واحد, انا قلت الكل
so to serve
كل
justice
حدا, كل وزير, كل نايب for the last fucking 40 years, كل رئيس جمهورية, if you were silent for a second you have blood on your hands. You finish your term, رحت على البيت بصب بمصرياتك, thank you very much, you're welcome, لأنه مصرياتنا مش مصرياتك, you're welcome. كان لازم تركض على سيشال ايلاند شي محل او كوكونات ايلاندز يلي هن الدومين نيم تبعهم .cc. روح على الكوكونات ايلاندز, عيش هونيك and talk about what happened. If you didn't do that, you're a cunt and you don't deserve any justice but hanging.
هلا you said انه لبنان ما راح يكون مثل ما كان وبدأ خلص
لبنان مكان
بس the feeling of safety is not coming back, صح؟
يا قطعة سما هي أكبر بنت شرموطة we were ever brainwashed with.
أنا
لبنان أخطر منه موجود.
أنا بسميها يا قطعة سمك ما فيها غير حسك.
because لبنان ما كان بحياته. إذا you look back at history قديه فيك ترجع, نحن شو دارسين قديه فينا نرجع أكتر من الأوتومان fucking empire which was 500 years of fucking murder. من بعده شو إجا murder. we look back at the last fucking 700 years. Sorry, Ara is arguing with me. You go back to the last 700 years, it's all the same. أي لبنان, man. Phoenicians, we have nothing to do with the Phoenicians. How do I know? I did a DNA test.
You did it.
أنا منصور. I'm from a fucking Phoenician town. أنا منصور.
إيه. لا من قريب ولا من بعيد.
لا أنا وصغير كان في أغطس 5 دقايق. Free diving مثل ما أنت. That's something you would know.
يا هلا سؤال، شو راح شو راح يعمل على بكره؟ شو بيعمل على بكره؟ شو بيعمل الكم شهر الجايين؟ شو بيعمل في انتخابات نص سنة الجاي مفروض تصير؟ شو بيعمل؟ نحن عايشين برا لبنان، انا اهلي بلبنان، خيي بلبنان، اختي بلبنان، عائلتي، اخوالي، عمومتي بلبنان. انا طلعت اوكي، بس انا بعدني بلبنان جغرافيا، مش بلبنان بس. كل جزء كبير من اللي بعمله اليوم خاصه ببكره بلبنان.
اكيد.
شو بدنا نعمل؟ شو فينا نعمل نحن ومش بلبنان؟ وشو فينا نعمل اذا مش نحن اللي بنعرفهم بلبنان؟
انا شخصيا بعمل الشيء الوحيد اللي بقدر اعمله من هون. بعرف انه كان فيي ما اكون هون، كان فيي يكون هونيك، بس بالنهاية كل شخص عنده الرول تبعه. انا بحس الرول تبعي هو اعمل الشيء اللي بقدر اعمله بست. في اعمل molotov cocktails. I make a really fine fucking molotov cocktails, but that's not enough. I do what I do best, and that's artistically, hopefully awaken the people and push them forward, which is something that we will talk about in the episode 2, which is the new band I'm working on, which is what I did always in KAOTEON, which is النوفل تبعي كمان. That's my role to play. Talk about what is happening, push the people forward. مثل ما اوكي ما في قارن حالي باحمد قابور، لانه احمد قابور ما بقرب على ضفره انا. يلي ما انا سامع ألبوم أناديكم وبس عايش على أغنية أناديكم should listen to the rest of the album. He was one of the most influential musicians of all time. He still is. مثل ما نفس الشيء عمل أحمد قابور. أوكي مشي بالمظاهرة بس مش أنا أحدا، ما قوص رصاصة على الإسرائيلية. But that's what I can do. And I regret it that that's what I can do. It's not okay for me, and that's all that I can do. It's never okay for me. It's haunts me all the time. I want to do 1,000 times more. I want to be there in the hanging. I want to hold the noose. But for now, that's what I can do.
عن اول
I
كم
can.
يوم هيك صار من بعد الانفجار، تعلقت
Yeah.
النيوسز وتعلقت
متعلق
الصور،
النوس
لازم تتركب الصور اللي لازم ينحط على النوس.
Yes. شو كان سؤالك؟ شو لازم يصير بكرة؟
شو بتوقع يكون تحرك بكره وما بعد بكره؟ يعني اذا قطعت سنه وما كانه امبارح صار الانفجار فعلا، كانه لاست ويك صار الانفجار، وهلا اتس لايك 1 ويك ليتر رح ننزل على الطريق ونقول في انفجار، شو بدنا نعمل؟ من سنه لهلا
ليك
في شيء تغير؟ It's just time being wasted. والسنه اللي جايه it feels like it's gonna be just time being wasted and things getting worse. صح؟
الشيء الوحيد اللي تغير هو انه في كتير عالم حرقوا حالهم لانه ما فيهم يطعموا اولادهم. في كتير عالم ماتوا. في كتير عالم تشردوا. في كتير عالم عن جد عرفوا شو يعني الجوع، شو يعني الطفر، شو يعني البرد. هذا الشيء الوحيد اللي صار. انا بخاف اتامل انه بكره رح يصير اللي لازم يصير. انا بخاف لانه بعرف ما بدي. I don't have the right to assume what the people tomorrow will do. أنا وقاعد بمحل إذا عبالي أعمل ملوخية في روح أشتري فروج كامل وأطبخ طبختي وأكلها بنفس الليلة إذا عبالي. I don't have that right. ماني عايش بنفس السيناريو. ماني عايش بمحل معقول يجي قناص يقوس على حدا. بس قلبي من جوا شو عم بتمنى يصير اللي كان لازم يصير من 40 سنة. لبنان عنده سرطان، وهذا السرطان نمنا عليه 40 سنة. مش ذنبنا نحن يمكن وجيلنا لأنه معظمنا ما كانوا خلقانين. الختيار اللعين باسم بروبلي كان، لا ما كان ختيار خرقان بعد. بس كل الباقي كلنا ما كنا خلقانين الموجودين هلا. أهلنا أخذوا هالسرطان طعموه literally، أخذوه على ماكدونالدز كل يوم، شربوه بيبسي، شربوه كولا كل ليلة. تميز على أنتوني لونا بيبسي. شربوه كل شيء، معقول تشربوا كل ليلة، معقول يأثر لهذا الشيء. They took it to the crib. نيموه، غطوه. هلأ معظم الأهل including أهلي بيقولوا ما في شيء رح يتغير. هيدا المنتاليتي تبع لبنان، ما في شيء رح يتغير. طيب خيي، في طريقة واحدة تعالج السرطان، بده ينتاك قلب جسمك in the process. If you want to go the chemo way, okay, there's a lot of other ways, but if you want to go the chemo way, which is what science tells us is the current best way, it means you have to die and be reborn in the process. شفنا نرجال from Behemoth. ألبوم Damnatio Memoria تبع KAOTEON was produced ب Dugout Studios بأوبسلا. كنت هناك أنا معه جمعتين. He was the same guy who produced Behemoth. He produced Behemoth وهو كان عم يقطع بلوكيميا. قال لي في مرة من المرات اللي شافوا فيها during leukemia إجا من Poland to produce the album. They looked at him the last day وقرروا إنه هيدي آخر مرة رح يشوفوه فيها بحياتهم، لأنه هذا الزلمة مستحيل يفيق بكرة. He went through hell and back. وأنا اللي بيقتلني بلبنان and I also feel shit to say this about the people because I don't have the right to say this. أنا وقاعد مرتاح وعندي كهرباء كل الوقت. هو إنه بكرة إذا الظهريات صار في promotion ما مخايل، حدا عامل 50% discount على الكول، we're gonna forget. I understand why. لأنه اللي حامدينه على كتافنا من وقت ما خلقنا اللي عم نرضعه بالحليب منه سهل. But at the same time it pisses me off so fucking much. And it's not easy. But I have to live with that. I have to swallow that. تعلق بزلعومي. I have to swallow that لأنه who the fuck am I to judge أنا وقاعد مرتاح. But that's my own burden. And I have one way only to express it.
بس فيك تقول اوكي عندك كهرباء، عندك وظيفتك، عندك شغلك، بس بنفس الوقت مش جزء كبير من اللي بتتعبه وبتعمله. مثلا انا بحكي عن حالي انه جزء كبير من اللي بعمله وبتعبه وبنفس الوقت عم ابعت دواء وابعت حليب وابعت لهيدا وساعد هيدا
اكيد you're doing
باللي
your
بقدر
part, you're
بعمله.
helping.
ما في اجي اقول كمان انا عايش يعني خلص انا عايش بعالمي وانا غير بلد و I'm forgetting about it.
مش هيك مش انا هالناحية، مش انه
بس
عايش
لحظة بس اذا انا عم ساعد for the people there to survive longer، انا مش عم ساعدهم to survive، لانه اذا بدي ضل ساعدهم to survive رح ضل 20 سنة ساعدهم to survive. انا عم ساعدهم to survive long enough تيتغير شيء، لانه اللي قبلي كمان كان عم بيساعدهم تو سرفايف. ما نحن لبنان كان ماشي من شو؟ ماشي من المغتربين، من مال المغتربين، هيدا اللي بدبي وهيدا اللي بالسعوديه وهيدا اللي مدري شو. ونحن هودي كل المغتربين مش انه بس عايشين برا البلد، المغتربين عم بيحطوا كل جنى عمرهم مثل ما بيقولوا اموالهم بهالبلد اللي هلا راحت، اللي هلا قشطون اياهم حتى، وهو هذا كان محرك ومعيش البلد. حتى اذا بدك الازمه اللي هلا صايره بلبنان الاقتصاديه منها، الجزء الاقتصادي منها هو كمان كان فيها المساعده الدائمه من المغترب اللي كمان راحت، وكان فيها الامان بقلب بيت الواحد اللي كمان راح، وكان فيها الدوله اللي نص على نص راكبه على بعضها اللي هلا بطلت راكبه على بعضها، وكان في قلب مدينة اللي كان في حركة وبابات وشوية عيشة وينزل واحد يزور ويستأجر شقة اللي هلأ مش واردة بقى
طبعا.
شو بعد فيك ترد؟ وقديه بدك تعطي بعد لايف لاين؟ يعني قديه انا بدي ابعت رح ضل ابعت وساعد اللي بقدر ساعده، بس على قديه بدي ضل وكل مرة على أسوأ. يعني كنا قبل نبعت ننزل نصرف مصاري اللي هي انه جبنا اقتصاد على البلد، هلأ عم ناخد دواء، وبكره عم ناخد حليب ودواء اصلا، بكره شو بناخد بنطلونات يعني وبوتين وبناخد لونات لانه ما في بقى حدا بيبيع لونات، وبنجيب حكيم الماني منزوره لبنان ليفحص الناس ويعمل لها ضغطه. يعني قد ايه بعد بدك توصل حتى بالاسيستنس ليفل؟
معقول كتير منيح، معقول كتير نوصل لهون اذا لبنان بقى ماشي مثل ما هو هلا ماشي. ما بستغرب ابدا.
ما انا هيك شايف.
unfortunately ما بستغرب ابدا. بس انه شو فيك تعمل؟ كل العالم يلي بتعني لك شيء من ناحيتي لإلي انا، معظم العالم 99% 0.99% من العالم اللي بتعني لي بعد تحت. شو بتعمل؟ You pull the plug. Great song by Death, but I can't pull the plug. You can't.
يعني انا عم اقوله انه ما في اقول، انا عم تقول انت ما بيحق لي احكي لانه انا عايش برا ومرتاح. انا ما بعتبر حالي عايش برا ومرتاح، انا بعتبر حالي قاعد انا على ارض شوي ايه ثابته، وعم شد بهالحبل بدون ما عم بقدر اوقف. لقط هالحبل وعم شد فيه من
اكيد
وقت ما تركت لبنان لقط هالحبل وبشد فيه.
اكيد.
ماني
لا
عايش
مش انه
مرتاح
عايشين
يعني.
برا ومرتاحين. ما في حدا مرتاح، ما في حدا مرتاح يعني. انا اللي
امم
عم بقوله هو انه ما بيحق لي لهم انه ليه بعد ما شنقتوا الكل هن وبنظرهم انه انا عايش هون مرتاح. اكيد عندي سيفتي، ابسولوتلي عندي سيفتي هون فور شور. عندي بيزك هيومن رايتس، اي ابسولوتلي دو. مأمنين لي مي وكهرباء وسيفتي وطبابه. بس صير هولندي، اذا خسرت وظيفتي بيعطوني مصاري لاكل واشرب فور شور. هذا الشيء هن العالم اللي بعدهم هنيك ما بيحلموا فيه. بس اللي عم بقوله هو ما في لهم ليه ما عم بتكونوا انتم على الفرونت لاين كلكم سوا، انا وقاعد هون. هذا الشيء اللي عم بجرب اقوله. بس قلبي من جوا ما عم بيطلب شيء الا انه يكونوا كلهم اون فرونت لاين. خاصه بس يصيروا المظاهرات، انا بكون كل النهار ما بعمل شيء الا قاعد على انستغرام عم بطلع على اللايف فيديوز تبع الكل. عم بشوف شباب they're begging come join us, we're here, there's 20 of us against 20 of them, please join us. بتعرف شو بتعمل فيك هيدي؟ انت بتعرف ايه، لانه انت بعيد. بتعرف شو بتعمل فيك؟ بتشلك. please join us, come with us, we don't want you to do anything, just stand with us front line. What can you do? Can you blame everyone for not standing front line انت قاعد رخية هون؟ Impossible. عم بتموت من جوا definitely. But you can't blame. I can't blame. I don't think I have the privilege to blame. أنا وقاعد within the safety وحدا معقول يقرطن.
في ناس راحت اكلت رصاص بعينها.
Absolutely.
مش شخص وشخصين، 9 اشخاص بفرد مظاهرة عن قصد تقوصوا بعينهم.
Absolutely. مع
آه
شخص لابس بدلة مدنية، لابس ثياب مدنية، هو واقف حد اللابسين بدلة عسكرية. And
صح.
he's not one of them. لابس مدني بس واقف حدهم. For sure.
بعرف الحديث بالموضوع بطول، بعرف صعب الواحد يحكي فيه وصعب يفسر اللي عنده، لأنه مش خبرية يوم ويومين، خبرية سنين.
No, I'm more than happy to. I'm more than
بدي
happy to. The
أسأل
only
بالطريقة اللي عادة بنهي فيها موضوع الوضع اللبناني، مجموعة أسئلة بتشبه بعضها بس تنقل من هدف لهدف. إذا في شي بعد بينقال اليوم مش بالطريقة التقليدية على طريقتك، شو بتقول؟ شو فيك تحكي عن الحكم والحكام؟ شو فيك تحكي عنهم وتقلن يعني؟
I don't know man. I don't know. ما بعرف شو بعد ممكن ينقال وما نقال. عرفت انه it's all meaningless. انه شو بدك تقول؟ انه بدك تسب لهم. What's the point? I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I never will. إذا أنا كان معي ملايين كنت حملت حالي أول ما عرفت إنه في شيء غلط عم بيصير، حملت حالي وفليت قعدت على جزيرة شي محل عم بشوي كل النهار وحلوا عني. I don't understand this need for power and money
هلا نعرف انه اللي عنده الريتشز بيتمسك بالريتشز and he wants more riches.
خيي ما
بس
كلهم عندهم بزنسز يعني. نبيه بري مستحيل تفتح انت بزنس بالجنوب اذا ما عنده
بس they
يد
love
فيها.
power. في عندك the power addiction is worse than the money addiction.
طيب ما you gotta toe in every one of your pubes in every business profitable بجنوب لبنان. انه خلص طيب انه you control them all fuck off.
طيب بس هيدي دايما نسأل حالنا السؤال، ما عم نعرف شو مزبوط الجواب. بنقدر انه لحب السلطة وادمان على السلطة كل واحد بده يكبر
I
توسعه
think it's
وقدرته ودوره، صح؟
no I think it's the madness of thinking this too shall pass. و عندنا تاريخ نحن كلبنانية انه بننسى. We have very short fucking memory بلبنان. Very fucking short memory. So I think they're gambling انه رح ننسى. و life will move on. و it's gonna continue. Whatever they're doing will continue. Life will move on. It's gonna be okay.
طيب
I think this is it.
يعني اكيد وصارت شغله مش ضروري نحن نحكيها، بيحكوها كل يوم. ما فيش مجال واحد يتكل على اي حدا بالسياسه يغير شيء، بالعكس كله باقي مثل ما هو وعلى أسوأ، وبتلاقوا خلص مقطوع الامل من كل هالمجموعه.
عندك مجموعه المجموعه الموجوده مش مقطوع الامل منها، انه bunch of ولاد شرموطه من بكر تبيع يعني. انه التاريخ 40 سنه بيحكي انه انا ربيت بسور حزب الله عم بيقوس على حركه امل تحت بيتي، ركابي عم بسك وانا عمري 5 سنين. امي عم بتقول لي لانه كنت الشاب الوحيد الموجود بالاوضه، انت كشاب لازم تكون اقوى من هيك، ما تخلي ركابك يسكوا، خلي باقي البنات يحسوا سيف. and my brain is trying to tell my body ما بقى يسكوا ركابك، it's okay، هذا الصوت طبيعي، بس عم
تعطي
بيقوصوا على بعض
كومفورت للبقيه اللي معك.
exactly but my knees are not reacting. هذا انا الشيء اللي بتذكره كثير منيح. حزب الله عم بيقوس على حركه امل لانه suddenly there's a new Shia player in town rocking those Ray-Bans and who's got the bigger balls.
competition between two mafias يعني two gangs.
مين بلبنان بيتذكر انه حزب الله كان العدو اللدود تبع حركة امل؟ كم واحد خيي؟ a few people might say me I remember. كم واحد بيتذكر؟ now they're بس fucking friends بياكلوا شاورما مع بعض نيالهم
مصالح وفلافل لانه ما قدروا المصريه اشطونا اياهم، بعدهم كان بياكلوا فلافل سوا. طيب اذا اوكي هذا الموضوع خلص صار عن جد قاطعين عليه كتير وفاهمين فكرته كيف، بس حلو قاعد يفهم شوي اذا في نيوانس معينه، اذا في شيء مستجد بيغير هالوجهه النظر. لا بس اللي انت بتعطينا اياه مثلا من موقعك من الجنوب تاريخيا ربيان بالجنوب، عندك ذكريات انا ما عندي اياها. يعني هالمعركه بين حزب الله وامل انا مش كتير واعي لها
for years every night regular.
انا بعرف عنها بس مش واعي لها، يعني مش عالقه بذهني كتير. بعرف انه ايه صار مره اول ما بلش وهيك، انه خبريه يومين براسي. عرفت كيف؟
ما انا واعي للفتره اللي حتى بلشوا فيها حزب الله.
ايه
كان كل لبناني بيعرفوا بصور او بالجنوب كان يقولوا حزب الله اكيد بيعملوا غسيل دماغ للعالم to join them because there's no other way that anyone would else join the cause. انا هذا اللي كنت واعي له، انا هذا اللي بتذكره. كل يوم كانوا العالم يقولوا اكيد بيعملوا غسيل دماغ، مين غيره ممكن يكون متخلف لدرجه انه يفوت مع حزب الله. fast forward later انت عميل اذا منك مع حزب الله.
تقلب
انه كيف نسينا شو صار؟ عملوا حالهم ربحوا بالحرب وكشوا اسرائيل. الميكروفون قرر ينتحر. عملوا حالهم ربحوا بالحرب
يا
تبع 2000 وكشوا اسرائيل برا. suddenly the most fucking advanced army in the world خسر من ميليشيا. ليه؟ لانه صعب كتير انت توصل للميليشيا لانه مخبيين بين البيوت. مخبيين بين البيوت is a very fucking important keyword كل العالم نسيوها. مخبيين بين بيتي وبيتك وبين جوزيف كلوش اذا بعده بالشات وبين حي الله حرم تاني كان عايش بالجنوب. literally that's what they did. كانوا يتخبوا بالطابق اللي تحت بيتي hoping إنه the world is watching enough لدرجة إنه إسرائيل ما رح تقوس البناية اللي أنت فيها. guess what؟ ولا حدا من الاثنين كان يهمه، كانوا اثنيناتهم يقوصوا مثل ما بدهم.
طيب اذا بدك تقول opinion message للبنانية، اول شيء لبكره اذا في شيء مسج بينقال، في شيء بيقدر يغير بكره، او في شيء لازم ينقال بكره، واذا في شيء جنرالي ينقال للبنانيين للسنه اللي جايه كلها مثل ما هي، اللي هي سنه انحدار زياده عن انحدار.
It's it's not easy, but the only thing I can say is actually reading a couple of lyrics من شيء مفروض نحكي عنه بالابيزود الثاني which is باند جديدة عم بشتغل عليها هلا.
اقرا بس الليركس هلا.
الليركس بيقولوا أين هم؟ أين رحلوا؟ أين هم؟ أين أنتم؟ أنتم من نحتت شفتيها شمس الصحراء في جبينكم. أين أنتم؟ أنتم من تجرأتم مرة على تحدي آلهتكم وبنيتم برج بابل. أين أنتم؟ أين أنتم؟ فعيني لا ترى سوى سراب. بعتقد هذا الشيء الوحيد اللي فيه يقوله لهلا.
اوكي، بعرف هيك حديث بيطول وبعد في كتير اشياء فينا نحكي فيها، وفي شغله معلق عليها نتفه، انه اكترية الناس اللي هلا معنا على اللايف اللي متابعه وكومنت قطع قبل كمان هن اللبنانيين مثلنا كمان تاركين البلد اكتريتنا، وكل واحد على وظيفة على بلد عم ينبش على مستقبل، عم يجرب يتقدم لقدام بحياته، يهدف يوصل لهدفه الخاص بالحياة، يوصل لطموح معين عنده اياه، وبنفس الوقت مربوط بشو تارك وراه، عم بيشوف كيف بده يحسن وضع الاشخاص اللي تاركهم وراه، العائلة والاصحاب يعني. يمكن مشان هيك هاو الاشخاص كمان اللي بقيوا معنا بهالحديث، لانه هيدا شيء مشترك بيناتنا. بس كمان انا حبيت
لا في ريموندا بعرف بالشات.
انا حبيت شوي من هالحديث نضوي شوي عن كيف نحن بنشوف كناس لبنانيين عايشين برا لبنان، كيف شايفين هلا الوضع، وكيف ما فينا نكون على الارض مع الناس، وعم نكون متاثرين بكل شيء، و اللي فينا نعمله مثل انت قلت بنعبر، بنوصل الفكره بطريقه او باخرى، انت بموسيقتك بكلمات اللي بتكتبها، غيرك برسمات بيعملها، بلوحات، بفيديو، بشو ما كان. وهذا كان شوي الهدف من هالحديث هلأ بالعربي، انه نطلع اللي عنا، نوصل من وجهة نظرنا، نحكي عن شو عم بيصير، شو بيتغير، شو ما بيتغير بهالوضع اللي لبنان فيه. ما عندي شي كتير هلأ ضيفه واسأله، دايما في اكتر، بس هلأ ما راح ضيف. راح اترك لك اذا في شي حابب تحكيه باخر الحديث العربي عن بلدنا لبنان، وعن كمان اللبنانية اللي برا لبنان. يعني هذا التارجت الاخير بالحديث، اللبنانية اللي برا لبنان اللي هو نحن.
انت قلت شيء انه نحن مأثرين بالحالة، بس I think تستعمل كلمة مأثرين اذا understatement. اللي برا ملعون ابوه. اوكي example is قبل ما تصير اللي صار من سنة، كان صار لي اكشلي شي سنة انا فعلا من لبنان رايح على قطر، وبتطلع على ليبانون فايلز يلي كنت تصفحها دايما لحتى اشوف شو عم بيصير في اخبار بلبنان، وبشوف انه صار في شوية قواس بصور. تلفنت لبي قلت له انه سمعت في قواس بصور، شو عم بيصير شو عم بيصير؟ قال لي شو بك، في واحد اختلف مع واحد وقوصوا على بعض رواق. انه لا عم بيقولوا صار في قواس. قال لي شكلك نسيت شو يعني الحياة بصور. انه عادي صارت، سمعنا قواس بعيد، بس انه بتصير كل 10 دقائق. اللي برا كل خبرية بتطاله ب500 ألف مرة أكتر. It hits you 1,000 fucking times harder. لأنك منك على الأرض الواقع ومعود على لبنان، ولأنك بتحب كل شيء له علاقة بكل شيء تركته، لأنك you feel guilty كل الوقت because you tried and you were lucky enough to leave. ما في شيء هين. اللي عايش بلبنان هو عنده بعد سقف، وعنده حرام فيه يتغطى فيه بالليل، وقدر يتعشى. the lucky ones بيناموا بالليل hoping انه بكره ما رح ينلعن ام الخبريه عن بكرة ابيها. يلي برا لبنان ما بيقدر ينام. شخصيا انا ما فيك، ما فيك. كل شيء عم بيلعب بمخك لوب، قاعد عم بيلعب بكل شيء بمخك لوب. شو رح يصير بكره؟ قلنا انه مستحيل يصير اخرى من هيك، ليك وين نحن اليوم؟ يا ريتنا بعدنا محل ما كنا من جمعتين. شو رح يصير بكره؟ شو رح يصير اللي بعده؟ شو رح يصير اللي بعده؟ رح اقدر يا ترى انا بكره احكي مع اهلي على الواتساب عبر
انا بسال
الانترنت؟
انا بسال حالي هالسؤال، بس يقف الانترنت
رح اقدر.
مثلا شو بنعمل؟
ايه. يلي الكل هلا رفقاتي بلبنان بيبعتوا لي خيي، بيبعتوا لي اوقات فوروردز، بيقولوا لي انه عم بيقولوا من هلا لشهرين رح يبطل في انترنت. they feel like fuck. to me it means 99.99% من العالم يلي بحبهم رح بطل في اقدر احكي معهم، رح بطل اعرف شو عم بيصير معهم. اهلي، اصحابي، شو رح يصير معكم؟ دواء نفس الشيء. اهلي هلا انا بحاجه لدواء، انا عايش برا، ياي ما في اجيب لهم الادويه اللي بدهم اياهم لانه ما عندي وصفه حكيم. اوكي يمكن تلاقي حكيم يكون منيح لدرجه انه يعطيك الشيء اللي انت بدك اياه. اوكي في كتير عالم منا بيعرفوا حدا من تركيا عم بيروح ويجي ويجيب ادويه وهالقصص كلها. اوكي خيي، بس كم مره ولامتن؟ هيدا الشيء اللي انت بتصير تفكر فيه، انه لامتن عم ببعث لهم هلا مصاري، بس لامتن في ابعث لهم مصاري؟ شو بصير بس انا بطل في ابعث مصاري لاهلي وانا مني بلبنان واهلي عايشين بس من مصريات اللي ببعث لهم اياهم؟ شو بصير بس بطل فيك تبعث لهم مصاري؟ شو بصير؟ شو بدك تروح تسافر على لبنان بعد في مطار؟ I don't know. كان عندي مصاري بلبنان حطيتهم بلبنان، كل شيء عملته بحياتي حطيته بلبنان، لانه اذا متت هرستني بسكلات بامستردام يلي معقول كثير يصير. اذا متت على الاقل اهلي بيقدروا يوصلوا لهالمصاري. بيي بيحكي فرنسي، تعلم بفرنسا اخر كم سنه طب. امي فيها تقول لك بونجور. كيف بدهم يخلصوا المصاري من هولندا؟ خلي كل شيء بلبنان. طيب هدول طاروا، شو بصير؟ شو من وين بيعيشوا، من وين بياكلوا، من وين بيشربوا؟ كلهم تقاعدوا. ما بقول انه اذا كنت بلبنان احسن، اكيد لا، بس انه النهار يلي رح نوصل له، يلي رح يبطل فيه انترنت، رح يبطل فيه تليفونات، اجره رح تطفي، ام تي سي رح تطفي، الفا رح تطفي. كيف بحكيهم؟ شو بعمل؟ بروح على الجمل؟ ما في جمال بهولندا، ما بعرف سوق بسيكلات انا اصلا to cycle all the way على لبنان. That's something that stays with you and you think every fucking night about. شو بتعمل؟ ما حدا في يجاوبك على هالشيء. مين بدك تسأل؟ لمين بدك تعطي انت هيدا البوردن؟ للي قاعد بلبنان ما عنده كفايه؟
بكفي لي فيه اكيد يعني ايه.
اذا if they're sharing and I feel privileged when friends بلبنان they're sharing with me بشو عم يقطعوا، شو بدك تقول له انت؟ انه انا كل مره باكل بحس بالذنب لانه بعرف انه انتم يمكن ما فيكم تاكلوا. عم بشرب كاس عرق كنت الليله وعم بفكر فيها in advance كم واحد تاني كان بيتمنى لو في يشرب كاس عرق الليله بلبنان وهو قاعد معنا بهالليله الحلوه. Please don't go away. أنا بكون ماشي برا، عندي كلب، عم بمشي الكلب كل يوم الظهر على الساعة 12. بمشي الكلب بالطبيعة لأنه مش لازم لمله الكاكا. كون بالطبيعة الكلبة عم تلعب مبسوطة مكيفة عايشة حياتها. أنا بكون عم بفكر إنه كل العالم اللي بعرفها تتمنى بدل ما تكون عم بتشم أشقمان السيارة بهاللحظة تكون عم تشوف هالخضر. بتمنى لو في ابعت صورة، بس ابعت صورة لحدا من رفقاتي، او بس حط صورة على انستغرام، لانه انا عم بمشي هلا بالطبيعة بحس بالذنب. بعرف كل ما حدا من لبنان عامل لي لايك عليها هلا
اي فهمت
عم
عليك.
بيقولوا
انا
شو
انا هيك
هالخرا.
بعمل. انا بتجنب حط. اذا رحت حيلا مطرح بتجنب حط صورة، واذا فت اكلت طلبت اكل او مطعم ما بحط ولا صورة. حتى مش بس على البابليك يعني بوستينج. مش لاختي سالتني شو تغديت الا سلقت رز.
ما في الا هيك لامي، لانه بتقول لي شو بدي اكل
مش
سلطه ما اكل شيء.
مش عم تتغذى مزبوط.
مش عم تاكل.
لا بس انه بدك تفكر بغيرك، بفكر بالناس اللي بلبنان. بعرف صعوبات، بعرف كتير ناس يعني عائلتي الصغيرة والكبيرة. موضوع مثلا شوي اللحمة اللي كان يبقى كل أحد، هلا صار إذا ما صارت مرة بالشهر على نص كيلو بيكون إنجاز يعني.
اكيد man.
الأزمة عم تصعب. ونحن بدنا كيف ما الأزمة بتصعب بدنا نتأقلم نحن معها كمان من برا. وطريقة مساعدتنا واللي بنقدر نعمله كمان نطور قدرتنا على المساعدة باللي ممكن.
طبعا
كنا حكينا قبل بمرة مع باسم، مع كمان عدة أشخاص إنه بركي فينا نعمل فند ريزرز، بركي فينا نعمل شو عرفني ميديكال، نجمع دواء من هون ومن هون ونبعتهم شنطة مليانة باراسيتامول. اللي فينا نعمله بنعمله.
خيي، ليك شو شفت انت هدول الميتال انجكشن يوتيوب فيديوز يلي bunch of musicians عم بيجتمعوا مع بعض عبر الانترنت they're making covers of songs they like.
اها.
طيب اذا مطلع على الشات هلا عنا سلام بيسست،
ايه.
عنا هيثم بروبلي ما بعرف اذا نام لانه بدبي، عنا جوزيف كلوش فوكاليست، جو بروبلي بعرف بيلعب درامز اي هوب سو، باسم فوكاليست جيتارست، عنا باند،
مم.
عنا الكسي اون
جيتار.
فاكينج جيتارز. شو بدك اكثر من هيك؟ انه اوكي بعرف انه يمكن ما نعمل غير بيناتس، بعرف انه يمكن نبعت باراسيتامول انف
امم.
لبيت واحد،
امم.
بس اتليست باراسيتامول انف لبيت واحد. I'm more than happy to do that. في كتير لبنانية خي metal heads برا rockers. طب ما نجذبها بس not to so that we don't keep it only in metal. We can make tribute nights. I don't know, covers, post them
امم.
somewhere. Make a
امم.
fucking Metallica cover, post it somewhere and put in a description على YouTube and we're raising money خي. Metallica please don't go all Napster on my bongholio. I'm trying to raise money على حيلا حدا تاني.
يا ذاتس هذه يعني طريقة من الطرق. اتس ا جود ايديا. اتس ا جود ايديا. بركي وي تراي تو اورجنايز something like that. حكينا قبل بمرة كمان نعمل ايفنت فند ريزر، نعمل اونلاين كاين اوف فند ريزر. في شوية بجيرماني يعني نحن عملنا شوية سيرش في شوية complications legal complications زي gathering money بدك تبعتها بجيرماني. هلا غير دول يمكن اهين شوي مرحرحة اكتر الطريقة.
Check out
بس
منتشرين مجتمعين on Instagram. It's a group of Lebanese
I,
expats.
I think I joined it. Yeah.
دايما في عندهم طريقة ليلاقوا a way basically to send money على لبنان بلا ما يوصل
مهم.
لجيبة حدا.
رح جرب احكي حدا من الجروب ادمن او شيء وجرب استفسر اكتر how can we do our own thing and contribute كمان. طيب وليد، انا ما عندي شيء ضيفه، واذا عندك شيء
أنا عندي
بالاخر نختم
شيء
فيه.
واحد ضيفه
يا.
يلي هو I was secretly hoping for كل الجمعة. We are officially at midnight بلبنان.
اها.
It's officially the 4th of August.
صح.
There's nothing I can say that will express enough. It's midnight though. 4th of August. الشيء الوحيد اللي فيه يقوله هو إنه I hope I hope for once. من جمعة صار في شيء بتونس فاتوا على البارلمنت and they pulled out a guy that did not belong there. شلحوه تيابه in the middle of the fucking square.
شفتها.
شلحوه تيابه man. He promised to raise hell and he could have raised hell because he had the connections to. I hope the time will come. I don't want to gamble on it saying tomorrow because I'm gonna break my heart and I'm afraid of doing that. I hope I will live to see them all hanged. All of them hanged. ما في ولا واحد منهم. Not a single political party is innocent. Not a single political party doesn't have blood on their hands. If you still think sectarian, you are responsible too. إذا بعرف تسأل حدا من وين أنت من لبنان لحتى to classify them, you are also responsible for this shit. I hope tomorrow marks a new page for Lebanon, a new chapter for Lebanon, a Lebanon I can be proud of. لأنه بعدني لهلا ما بحس حالي proud to say 100% I'm Lebanese. ليش؟ لأنه من فترة بس من كم سنة بس وقفوا يلموا الزبالة بلبنان. رحت على المكتب الصبح 9 الصبح، في عندي زميل هولندي قال لي شفت الصورة للبنان؟ كنت واقف بعيد عن الكمبيوتر تبعه. قلت له ايه، قلت لك يا خرا انه بتطلج عنا. قال لي هذا مش ثلج، هدول اكياس زبالة بيض. I hope, I'm not gonna say I hope tomorrow they hang everyone. I know it's not doable.
But we'll see it.
I hope it's a new start. I hope ما بقى نردع بالحليب الطائفية والكره. It will take some time. But I hope we can only care for one thing and one thing only. Are you Lebanese? Yes. Here's a hug. تعال نروح ناكل شاورما مع بعض. ما بقى نحكي من وين انت وشو انت ومين بتحبه ومين بتحبه وكذا 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 وكذا. ما بقى منعيط لحدا باك. ما بقى منعيط لحدا استاذ.
شيخ.
ما بقى منعيط لحدا شيخ.
زعيم.
ما بقى مضطر نحترم حدا لانه بيلبسوا طاقية معينة. طاقية.
أنا عندي عبارة عم بتستعملها الفترة، مواطي الوزير، مش معالي، مواطي الوزير.
100%
أحلى شيء.
Absolutely. That's it.
طيب وسفالة النايب، مواطي الوزير،
سفالة النايب.
طيب اوكي وليد، ثانك يو على الحديث اليوم. It's quite interesting. ورديتنا شوي على تفاصيل الاعتقالات وتعاطي الدولة مع المواضيع اللي ما بتفهم فيها، وحبيت الحديث عن وضعنا كمغتربين وكلبنانيين بشكل عام. ان شاء الله رح يكون في بارت 2 ونرجع نحكي اي متى بيكون بارت 2 بالانجليزي باك تو انجلش. لكل اللي سمعونا لحديت هالوقت، يعني بعد 3 ساعات ونص من الحكي، thank you for listening.
I love you all so fucking much.
thank you على كل الكومنتس، على كل الانتراكشن، وعلى كل الاوبينيونز، حتى لو مع او مش مع اللي كل شيء انقال او بالاشياء اللي انقالت. ونحن اوبن لكل suggestions، لكل ideas. ما ضروري حتى بس ميتل، فينا نطلع خارج الميتل كليبانيز خصوصي بهالايام. و stick around and see you on the next episode. Thank you Walid, thank you everyone.
Perfect.
Ciao.
Thank you Rami. Thank you guys.